Jesus, I say that. It's a great day. For being stuck.
Consequences.
Are you not entertained?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
China. I have to have my China. People from China, they love me.
Cacao.
It's a bold strategy, Con. Let's see if it pays off for him.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Aren't I a good guy?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I don't want reality.
It looks good. Annie looks
Oh, good God. Well, it's been about 24 hours since I saw you last. Hope you're all doing well. Unfortunately, we still have quite a lot to look at here today. I suppose we better get started. Hold on to your hats, folks.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Okay, I got everything set up as I want it. I see people are slowly filing in. Guess we ought to start in America as usual. What's this first one? Well, let's start with this. This is a Law and Order guy saying he's cool with 21 million felonies. Oh shit, it's muted. And the screen's that's a bad start.
So you're a Law and Order guy?
Well, I mean, yeah. If we don't have rules, what you got? Chaos.
I have to ask, Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud, $385 million.
So?
Law and Order.
I'm not electing a priest.
I know, but does that bother you that he was found guilty of that, being a Law and Order person?
Well, compared to what?
I'm saying he did a thing that was very illegal. He owes hundreds of millions of dollars. You're a Law and Order guy. Does that bother you?
Well, I mean, is he the only one that's ever did that?
I didn't say he's the only one who ever did that.
Okay, I know that. That's a loaded question.
Is it?
Well, it's A to B. If you really value law and order, but Trump is guilty of crimes, does it bother you that Trump, your guy, did a fraud that is costing him nearly $400 million?
Well, it bothers me, but it ain't going to deter my vote, sir. I still vote for him. If he had 21 million felonies, I'm voting for him.
Okay. This is what we're dealing with right now.
We're hearing for the first time from inside the...
And that's kind of my lead into talking about some of this Trump stuff here. Good God. I mean, what in the fuck? Like, what in the fuck? I don't know if you all heard that, because I was talking. I know, I was talking and laughing. Probably not helpful, but... this guy claimed to be Law and Order, and then when asked about Trump's felonies and charges and indictments and things, he said, I'd vote for him if he had 21 million felonies. That's a lot, I would point out. I'm trying to think of how old Donald Trump is and how many felonies, but that'd be like 250,000 felonies a year, I think. So it's like 1,000 felonies a day if you take the weekends off. Okay, now let's listen quickly here to Ari Melber on MSNBC discuss what he saw in the courtroom today inside Trump's criminal trial.
Well, this was obviously one of the most significant patches of testimony we've had about the underlying incidents. You had defendant Trump sitting there in court as questions were asked about whether, as they put it in court, does Melania know, quote unquote, that he had this affair? Did this happen, quote unquote, during the marriage? Referring to those texts, as Keith Davidson, the lawyer for Karen McDougal, spoke to Dylan Howard, the tabloid senior publisher figure, about the nature of this story. So I think this was by far one of the most intense court days for the defendant, and clearly, from my view, just to tell you, in the room, I could see the side of the defendant's face as he kind of watched it. He largely looked composed or even nonplussed at times during what was obviously a striking or dramatic moment. I also had a view of the jury, and while we're careful about not describing them in detail, as a general matter, the jury appeared very attentive, very rapt, very focused on what was a very eventful set of facts or allegations put forward. And then we also had, of course, as I think you were covering, video of then candidate Trump played so the jury could take that in. So really it was quite an active couple hours.
Let me ask you, too, about the relationship, as you viewed it, between Todd Blanche, his key lawyer, and Donald Trump.
Are you disappointed that Ari's not quoting the Wu-Tang? Well, that's, it is disappointing. But you know what? Maybe we haven't gotten through the whole thing. Maybe he'll get in there. Maybe he'll get in there.
Because there was a large story in the New York Times today about how Trump is getting frustrated. We've seen this before, right? In the past with Donald Trump, he wants his lawyers to do what he's going to do. There's this push and pull. How do you appease your client, but also do what you think is going to get your client acquitted? Did you see anything telling between the two of them?
Well, they were conversing almost like normal today is how I would describe it. This is, as you know, a defendant who's much more actively involved in the vast majority.
We have a problem in turn. I have a problem here.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right, I'm going to keep going. I heard Chris ask about the microphone, but I'm being told I can be heard, hopefully. I was going to say we could see defendant Trump, who's much more active than most defendants in the legal setting, speaking, having sidebars. At one point, I could see his lawyer, Blanche, kind of covering his mouth so that the internal cameras that are used inside the court might not pick up anything, but he was having back and forths with defendant Trump. And we also could see, again, from inside the courtroom, Mr. Trump going up and down the aisle in both times, and he looked very stern as he has in other days, but perhaps one might say he looked particularly stern today. So we would see those kind of interactions with his lawyers, and Blanche was doing the normal stuff today. I mean, they had stuff in front of the jury, but they also had stuff without the jury, talking about planning and scheduling. And so to the extent that we're kind of looking for tea leaves about their relationship.
This dude looks concerned everywhere he is. Do you see? Look at his every face that he's making. Oh, God.
It didn't seem to me like an abnormal day for their interactions.
Let me go back to the jury if I can for a second, and we're going to talk more about this going forward, which is sort of the story that you have to build as a prosecutor, right? And
okay. Just trying to remind everybody that trial's still going on right now. And so far it has not been going super good for Donald Trump. What is next? Oh, this one I found very interesting. And I'm trying to think of what this is going to do to Donald Trump. Like right now, in his brain, he just wants to scream about this on Troth Central or Zitter or, you know, one of the other social medias that he's a big fan of. But yeah, this is from 5 hours ago, where apparently the judge in this trial has threatened Donald Trump with jail time if he does not meet or sorry, if he violates this gag order, right? Because he's already done it like 9 times, something like that. He's been fined a bunch of money, not even a bunch. It's like $9,000 for him. I don't think that's a lot, but but now he's being threatened with jail time, which I found highly interesting. Whoa. Don't ask Nightbot about me.
Testimony is underway in the 3rd week of the...
Whoa. What? That's an inaccurate description. Popular, that seems untrue.
Hush money trial involving former President Donald Trump.
There's also 0 gaming content on this channel.
Today, the judge in the case held Trump in contempt of court for violating a gag order. Judge Juan Merchan says Trump violated the order not 1, but 9 times and fined him, well, $1,000 each, total of $9,000. CBS News correspondent Errol Barnett is following this for us outside the courthouse.
Wait. Sorry. Does Nightbot know me but not know Letterhack? I'm very confused. I'm even more confused than I was. Oh, God.
Manhattan. Errol, you've been there day in and day out. Talk to us about this decision today. This is new news this morning, and the warning to Trump that it's not just about paying fines. He could end up in jail for this.
That's exactly right, Lilia. Judge Juan Merchan now instituting some level of punishment to former President Donald Trump for what he says is a clear violation of 9 instances of the judge's gag order. And as a result, the former president, will pay $1,000 per violation. And he has apparently until 2:15 Eastern to remove the corresponding Truth Social posts and remarks from his campaign 2024 website in order to be inside the lines of what the court will allow. He cannot intimidate witnesses or jurors in this case. No defendant can. And there's also one other aspect of the judge's order. Judge Juan Merchan also writes that the defendant is hereby warned by the court it will not tolerate continued willful violations of its lawful orders, and that if necessary and appropriate under the circumstances, it will impose an incarceratory punishment. So that is the threat of jail time to Trump if he continues to violate the gag orders. Now, for those keeping track at home, we have 9 violations of what the prosecution said were 10 violations, but last week they brought forth another 4. The judge is expected to hold a hearing on that decision on Thursday.
People don't like this guy's accent. It's very like mid-Atlantic. I think it's what you call this accent.
Morning. So we're not out of the woods yet as far as Donald Trump's behavior as a defendant in this criminal case.
Well, let's get back to the trial now, Errol. The court also heard testimony today again from a bank executive, Guy Farrow. Why is he there? What did he have to say?
Well, if you remember, last week's star witness was David Pecker, former publisher of the National Enquirer, who says he was an admirer and a friend of Trump's, and he described the relationship of amplifying positive stories, suppressing negative stories. Now, additional witnesses have backed up some specifics. Gary Farrow, who just finished testifying this morning, was a banker for Michael Cohen and facilitated setting up the LLC and the payment to Stormy Daniels. He actually said that he didn't mean to open up shell corporations. If he would have known it was for someone else, he actually would not have gone through with it. Following witnesses this morning have backed up some of those specifics. So not as much as a sweeping star witness as David Pecker, but we've also heard from Robert Browning, who works for C-SPAN and confirms some of the things that C-SPAN recorded of Trump rallies. Things like, I have no idea who these women are. Speaking of Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, they're trying to poison the mind of the American people. Speaking of the press in general.
Jesus
and where
Christ.
Donald Trump said in 2017, Michael Cohen is a very good lawyer at my firm. Robert Browning testifying to those things now, and they're also hearing from a witness, Keith Davidson, who was a lawyer who represented both women and negotiated their payment deals with and through Michael Cohen. So the jury is hearing more witnesses who bolster the legitimacy of David Pecker's testimony last week and today.
So yeah, and if you're unaware of what David Pecker said last week, he basically confirmed everything that Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels had said. And that also, they said it in the beginning, but I kind of want to listen to this whole thing, so that's why I did it. But yeah, the judge has threatened Donald Trump with jail time. He could go to jail if he doesn't shut up about the trial. Right? So, and the fact is it's not even just shut up about the trial. The real, I think the real thing they're asking for is to stop, like, verbally attacking or defaming, like, either the jury or the judge, I think. I don't know if the prosecution is also on that list. I don't think they are. I could be wrong. Anyway, let's move on to some other stuff quickly before we go to... Actually, this isn't that quick. We've got a bunch of shit to look at. God damn it, I forgot about this. Okay, first let's look at this from 6 hours ago. This is from WRAL. Where apparently a priest has been caught using church money to the sum of $40,000, right? On, get ready for it, Candy Crush.
A Pennsylvania Catholic priest is accused of stealing parish funds to play games like Candy Crush. Lawrence Kozak is charged with theft and related crimes. Authorities say he racked up tens of thousands of dollars in expenses over 3 years and used some of that cash to play cell phone games like Pokemon Go. The Archdiocese has placed Kozak on administrative leave.
For fuck's sake. Shit is nuts. I just thought it was hilarious. It is absolutely insane. I genuinely don't even know what to say about it. It seems made up. It seems like an Onion article, right? You know, I can see an Onion article like entitled "Church Bankrupted by Priest's Cell Phone Gaming Habit." You know, like that genuinely sounds, or like maybe written slightly better than what I'm saying, but you get what I'm saying. It's fucking it's complete Looney Tunes.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The least harmful criminal priest. Yeah, good point. Great point made. Most hilarious criminal priest, or at least he's competing for most hilarious of all the things. $40,000 on Candy Crush and what was the other one? Pokemon Go? What? If you're spending 5 figures on Pokemon Go or Candy Crush, we got a problem. Okay, now let's move on to some other things here. First, let's look at this AP story where, according to a poll, abortion and marijuana are apparently critical issues that will be bringing voters out in the 2024 elections. Whoops, I just went past it. That was good. Good job, me.
We're making sure people know what is up for election in November, as well as what's like on the ballot, and spreading awareness for it. So we're handing out free Plan Bs, condoms, cones, just to try to spread awareness, because that really catches people's eye, like, oh, what is this? Like, what are you doing?
Free condom, free cone? All right, have a good one.
Youth voters have a real opportunity to shape the electoral landscape here in Florida. We've seen that the right to choice and recreational marijuana are critical to the beliefs and importance of youth voters and what's top of mind for them, especially with the right to choice.
Thank you very much. I think the confusion right now with the youth population is the lack of actual understanding of what's happening and what these constitutional amendments are going to do.
You know, we have a 60% threshold here in Florida to get an amendment passed. I think we are going to easily clear that because of the youth turnout, but I think we're going to see a lot of Republican crossover because I think they're tired of their own party with this issue.
One thing I do think about, I think this kid makes a good point, but before I even address that, like, the thing I think about is, like, not a lot, but sometimes, is that young kids, you know, while they might not be paying a lot of attention, they do have more access to more information than any other generation ever. Which means, you know, I feel like their awareness is slightly increased because of that. At least in comparison to previous generations. Now, what this kid is saying about, what do you call it? Whether or not, Republicans are fed up with their own leadership over these issues, I'm not so sure. It does seem like a lot of Republicans are really all about banning abortion, at least. I don't know so much about the marijuana issue as much, but I really need to see some figures to accept what this kid's saying on that particular situation. But anyways, I just wanted to do that to get us moving on to some other stuff. First, to speak about marijuana. This one is from 4 hours ago, where apparently the Biden administration is planning to reclassify and ease restrictions on marijuana.
Breaking news, the Biden administration is planning to reclassify cannabis, which will ease federal regulations on that drug. 4 sources with knowledge of the decision shared the plan with NBC News. Since 1971, cannabis has been a Schedule I drug, the same category as heroin and LSD. It will now be changed to a Schedule III drug, which includes substances with accepted medical uses like Tylenol and testosterone. The decision will not legalize cannabis outright for recreational use.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
It's certainly a step in the right direction. Yeah, it's about time. And I have no idea what it is that this is going to do for Joe Biden's potential election, but it is the sort of policy that I think we should just be having in this country, so I'm certainly for it. Let's move on to this. Since we're kind of loosely talking about medical stuff, even though it's debatable, at least in that last part. But let's talk about this. This is from 6 hours ago, from Reuters, where apparently Walmart is going to be closing all of its U.S. health clinics. At least I believe that's what they said in this article. I listened to it kind of fast, but it sounded like that's what they're doing. And their claim is that costs are too high.
Walmart is getting out of the healthcare business. The world's largest retailer said on Tuesday that it's closing all 51 of its health clinics, as well as all of its virtual healthcare operations. In its announcement, Walmart called it a, quote, difficult decision, but that it is, quote, determined there is not a sustainable business model for us to continue. The move is a surprising reversal of plans, as Walmart just last year said it would nearly double its number of health center locations. But now it sees a, quote, challenging reimbursement environment and escalating operating costs that hamper profitability. Its health centers, which house doctors and dentists and are typically located next to Walmart supercenters, are spread across 5 states, including Texas and Florida.
Now, before they go on all the way, I just want to say something. Now, I'm not entirely familiar with what Walmart has to do to get reimbursed. My guess is that there's at least a large percentage of either Medicare or Medicaid recipients who go to these centers, and so I don't know what their what that process involves for them. I'm sure there's plenty of also like private insurance people who were using these centers. I genuinely don't know what it is. I'd have to look into it in a lot more detail to be able to point directly to why they're actually closing it. I mean, yes, they're claiming costs, but oftentimes companies like Walmart just claim shit for, you know, that sounds relatively reasonable and then just say it, right? Rather than actually saying the real reasons. Who knows what the exact reasons are? May very well be costs. Who knows?
All will be shut within 30 to 90 days. Companies such as Walmart, Walgreens, Amazon, and CVS expanded into providing healthcare services during the past 5 years, seeing opportunities in the highly fragmented U.S. healthcare system. But it has not been clear that consumers want such services from retailers or...
That's actually a good point. I don't think it is clear that people want to go into a grocery store or something like that and also get healthcare services. It is an odd place to get them. That's just my thinking. But some people, I believe, were using them. But the fact is that, you know, when you leave this kind of stuff up to not private corporate, I mean, Walmart's a public corporation technically, but like to massive corporations such as a Walmart or Walgreens, CVS, then we run into these kinds of problems, right? They can just make the decision to stop, and then suddenly does that create a healthcare desert in this area? In the areas that they're pulling out? Who knows, right? Do they even have to think about those considerations when they do this? Almost definitely not. I can guarantee you they don't have to think about it. It's a business decision that they just, you know, whereas, you know, with if it was government run, we'd at least have the people would have some sort of say in it technically. Anyway, I could keep going, but we got other shit to talk about. Yeah, sure. And like, I got some of I got my COVID shots at like what was it? It was at some sort of like grocery store, right? But I think beyond getting like something very, very simple like that, I don't want to go into the grocery store to, you know, get my broken leg looked at. It seems really weird. Like, you know, hypothetically. I don't want to have to worry that, like, you know, during some sort of thing, Walmart's going to deem some sort of life-saving thing too cost prohibitive. Rather not leave that up to a company. Well, it sounds like a lot of people did and have used, including myself. So clearly, it's not about the market. It's just they don't find it profitable enough to do. Which is why having private-run healthcare services is causing them to go up in price constantly. That's why it's one of the highest inflation items, if you will, in like the, what do you call it, like the basket of goods and services. It's like healthcare, housing, and gas. I think. Wait, is gas? I'm trying to think of what the highest inflation. It might not be gas actually. Might be wrong on that last one, but those top two, I think we all know it's a fucking fact. Education. I think education's over gas in terms of actual price inflation. Okay, what do we got next? Oh, speaking of healthcare, let's look at this from 3 hours ago from the AP, where according to them, apparently, measles cases are continuing to increase globally. With the CPI.
Baby Ezra is as bouncy and as energetic as any infant his age. But at Christmas, that was not the case. He had cold symptoms, and after he did...
I was just thinking about broadly, because I always forget what exactly is in CPI and like PCE and all the other ones, and I'd just rather talk about them in the real, closer to being in the real world.
The fever and rashes
Because
appeared
like
on
you
his
know,
body.
like they exclude certain things from depending on which one we're talking about, and I just hate it. It seems almost it's annoying and what's the word, like pedantic to be excluding things intentionally just so you get a different number. You know, it's.
I don't want reality.
His parents took him to the emergency room.
So we took him to A&E.
He stayed there for 6 days while he contracted COVID and pneumonia.
It was quite traumatic.
Ezra had the measles. He'd been too young to get the vaccine. Now his parents are urging all families to ensure their children are vaccinated to help prevent the spread of the disease. According to the World Health Organization, measles outbreaks are increasing in many countries. Cases rose after vaccination levels dramatically dropped during the COVID-19 pandemic. WHO and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said in November that measles deaths globally spiked by more than 40% in 2022. The report found that measles sickened 9 million children that year and killed 136,000, mostly in poorer countries. Measles is so infectious, one person can infect 15 without direct contact. And to stop that, the number of those vaccinated must rise.
If you are protected, there are folks that can't be protected, and you actually help them out by being vaccinated. So, you know, very young children that aren't eligible yet are protected because their siblings and parents and grandparents and neighbors are protected.
Baby Ezra is now fully recovered, and the Barrett family making the most of playtime.
Measles should be a thing in the history books. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right about that. Jesus, it's just so frustrating. Like the whole, you know, this whole anti-vax thing came out of this sort of this reactionary thought space about COVID and the government, but it's causing an act, like a genuine fucking problem outside of the COVID specific reference now, right? We're seeing it everywhere. It wasn't just limited to America. There were plenty of anti-vaxxers that were outside of America. Just gotta bring back the old problems. Exactly. Fucking exactly. I prefer finishing with old problems and then moving on to fixing the other problems, because there's too many things to worry about. Like with climate change alone, we have serious things in front of us to deal with, right? You add in wars and famines and other things like that that aren't even caused by climate change, caused by people, right? Then we gotta, the list is so fucking massive, right? But then you get people like this who are just intentionally going backwards, and it's like, what the fuck? What are we supposed to do about that? Right? What are we supposed to do about that? Freaking straight up regressive people. Okay. Well, I don't have a solution to that today, so gonna move on. Let's look at this. very slightly positive story really quickly. This is from PBS NewsHour from a couple of hours ago, where apparently state healthcare plans must now cover transgender-related care, according to a federal court. We'll see how long this lasts, but let's just talk about it real quick. Hopefully it lasts longer than we talk about it.
A federal appeals court issued a groundbreaking ruling last night, ensuring that gender-affirming surgery is covered by state-run health insurance programs. Stephanie Tsai has that report.
Amna, this decision centered around 2 lawsuits, with trans people in West Virginia and North Carolina suing to secure insurance coverage for gender-affirming care, such as hormone therapy and surgery. The federal appellate court in Richmond, split 8-6, ordered that the state health care plans, quote, reinstate coverage for medically necessary services for the treatment of gender dysphoria. The American Medical Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics wrote briefs in support of the trans plaintiffs. It is a win for the trans community, but it may not be the final word on the issue. For more on all of this, I'm joined by NPR's Selena Simmons-Duffin.
Okay. Cool. I just wanted to hit on that so that we are aware of what happened. And I think it's a good thing. But, you know, considering the Supreme Court, and this is only in a federal court, I don't... Even with something as positive as that, I'm still not optimistic about it lasting. Considering the 6-3 Republican majority. Ah, God, I hate the fucking Supreme Court. I really do. What happened to packing the Supreme Court? I thought we were going to make it like... What was it again? Like 12 people? So a bunch of people were talking about this. Not that long ago either. What was it, like 4 or 5 years ago? People were talking about, oh, we need to add in, we need more Supreme Court justices. Right? But nobody even made a fake for it. Was it 13? Was that the number? Either way, it's the same number. Okay, I would have taken 10. Okay, let's move on real quickly to kind of gap us between where we're at. Let's watch this video from Boston Dynamics from a day ago. Now, while you're watching it, if you can't figure it out, they have one bot on the right, and then they've literally like just covered this other bot in a bunch of like fur, I guess, stickers with fur on them. It's very odd looking. I'm not gonna lie, dancing dogs is pretty sweet, but like it's also super creepy. Yeah, dog costume for your robot, as opposed to a robot costume for your dog. Okay, now let's talk about environmental and ecological news and disasters and other things like that. First, let's look at this PBS story from 9 hours ago, where according to them, our understanding of floods. It's all wrong. Let's see what they have to say about that. Do we have 20 likes yet, by the way?
Extreme rain events are increasing at an alarming rate in the US and all over the world. But the problem isn't the amount of rain that falls in any one place, it's how long it takes the rain to fall. And fascinating new research sheds light on exactly how that's changing. Over the last century, global precipitation has only increased by 0.04 inches per decade. But looking at individual regions in the US, we can see that some places have experienced 30% more rain over the same period. However, more rain isn't the whole story. That's why the organization First Street created a
That difference is massive, right? It's like 60 to 1. Might be even more.
groundbreaking risk map that shows a big change in what NOAA calls 100-year floods. These are events so extreme that the odds of them happening in any given year are about 1 in 100.
100-year precipitation event is occurring more often, about once every 7 to 8 years in the most extreme cases.
And that matters because infrastructure like sewer systems are built with this metric in mind. But why the change? It's because a warmer atmosphere is a thirstier atmosphere, meaning it can hold more moisture.
For each additional increase in temperature by 1 degree Celsius, the air can hold 7% more water vapor.
And that's fundamentally changing the hydrologic cycle. Dry times get drier and wet times get wetter at an exponential rate.
And the fact is we've been seeing the ramifications of this data playing out all over the world right now, whether it's in Russia or the Middle East or in Africa, where a lot of this flooding is being caused by rain, by excess unexpected rain, which is damaging infrastructure, especially dams, which winds up having a really catastrophic impact, right, on the communities that live below these dams, right? Beyond the obvious problems with having a dam destroyed, right? Because then all of a sudden you have a problem with access to water and other shit like that too. I'm just talking about in terms of the pure devastation that's caused by these things, not necessarily even the downstream. Ooh, that's a bad pun. Not an intended pun.
And not only just on a yearly scale, but down to the hour and the minute. So First Street reanalyzed rainfall data across the US down to the minute. Their analysis uncovered an important trend and led to a new flood risk map of the United States. It turns out that some places currently seeing less annual precipitation and more drought should also expect more flooding. In this episode, we're going to look at this map to see what regions are most at risk and how we can adapt with all this additional water.
This is not something that anyone should go through when it comes to a disaster, especially a hurricane.
We can learn a lot from New York City when it comes to extreme rain.
Okay. We're not going to watch this whole thing, but there is another part I want to look at. Where is it? We already talked about flooding in New York City yesterday, so we're going to skip the New York City part. Well, yeah, I mean, it's technically skipping. Hoboken's not in New York, it's in New Jersey. Okay, let's look at this project that they did, which I believe is in Hoboken, which I found to be very interesting. I don't think I'd ever heard of this before. When I saw it, it's just sort of this obvious. It feels obvious.
Across the US. Over 33,500 buildings in New York City were destroyed, and a MIT's remodel alone cost over $344,000. But not all areas were equally affected. Across the Hudson, Hoboken, New Jersey didn't suffer the same flooding, and this is partly because of their efforts to adapt to this new climate reality.
Flooding has always been a
Okay. Before I let them go on, I just want to look at this. Oh my god, it's less than 10 seconds long, that clip.
Their efforts to adapt to...
Okay, so you can see this here. This is this massive what do you want to call it? It's like a metal pool, right? But then it's got like 4 stacks on it. What I want to call stacks, but I think they're relating to the drainage. Like they assist in drainage because I believe there's a bigger hole underneath this. And so that then you'll see they fill this thing in with gravel, right? So water can get in and go in between the gravel, and then it will also go beneath it. I guess it's just a big hole, right? But it kind of makes sense. And then I believe that oh right, and then it also leads out into the rest of the infrastructure at some point in the chain of it. Water does, like, I think it goes into the sewer. Anyways, let's watch a little bit more of this.
This new climate reality.
Flooding has always been a problem in the city of Hoboken. We were originally a tidal marsh. Actually, the area where we were standing, it was marshland. All of these low-lying areas that were marsh, that were filled in for industrialization in the early 1900s, are very subject to flooding today. We also have a combined sewer system where our stormwater and our sewage flow into the same pipes. Now, with climate change, we're seeing more frequent storms, more severe storms.
To address the flooding issues, Hoboken has been building resiliency parks around the city. We went on a tour of the largest park to understand how these green spaces operate.
This is one of the 19 rain gardens that is in Resilient City Park. And these rain gardens will manage water during a rain event. You'll see that it almost looks like a pond. Water is slowly being delayed from entering our stormwater system.
Wait, hold on. So here? Sorry. I'm just trying to find this spot where it shows where that hole that we were just looking at actually is. And I think it's like right here. Hold on.
Parks around the city. We went on a tour of the largest park to understand how these green spaces operate.
This is one of the 19 rain gardens that is in Resilient City Park. And these rain gardens will manage water during a rain event. You'll see that it almost looks like a pond. Water is slowly being delayed from entering our stormwater system. It's filtered through the rain garden, through all the plants and the soil. Then that water slowly drains into the underground tank that's below the park, and then goes out to our sewer system. And that's all water that then is not on our streets during a rain event. Our 1 million-gallon detention tank that is under this lawn can detain stormwater that comes from the park site itself, as well as from all of northern Hoboken.
And it's working. Hoboken has seen an 88%
You wouldn't even know
decrease
it's
in
there.
flooding.
It's crazy. Look at it. Just look. It goes
And it's
from
working.
that, and then it's just that. How you would never know it's there.
Hoboken has seen an 88%
It's just nuts.
decrease in flooding events since installing
88%.
these mitigation measures. And only time will tell if these measures hold up against future climate changes, but it's strong proof of concept. The comparison of Hoboken and Hollis also follows another trend. Recent
Okay. That documentary has a bunch of other stuff in it, which is equally as informative, I would say, to some degree, but on different levels. And yeah, if you want, you can always find it at PBS Terra. But let's move on. We got other stuff to look at here. You know what? Let's skip this one, go straight to this one. Okay, let's look at this from 8 hours ago. This is from the Associated Press. Apparently, heavy rainfall, we were just talking about this, heavy rainfall has prompted evacuation order in Polk County, Texas. You can see that the water is flowing super hard, like out of this dam right here from this reservoir. Like, it is nearly at the top. It should not be that high. I'm just gonna point that out to you. Holy fuck. It is moving fast. That's like, it looked like a little waterfall in terms of just how much movement of water is going on down there. Now, hopefully this dam is built well and it can withstand this amount of water going through it at this time. It has to allow the water through it, right? Because if it doesn't, it'll overflow and cause even more problems. Okay. It may create electricity. I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. I guess I could look it up. Whoa. What the fuck? And now my browser has decided to stop working. Thank you. There you go. No, it's not a hydropower plant. It doesn't appear to be. I think it's just a release valve, if you will, that allows excess water out of the reservoir. All right. Now let's look at more flooding, which is going on in other places. This is in central Russia and Kazakhstan. Flooding, it has continued there. If you recall, we've looked at this multiple times now over the last few weeks, but it's still going on. I personally thought very early on that it was going to subside, but then aspects of what I believe are like an infrastructure relating to it, I'm not sure if it was necessarily a dam, but it was something like that. That broke, caused a whole bunch more flooding. I'm not sure how much infrastructure has been destroyed in this, but I believe hundreds of thousands of people now have been evacuated. Rescuers are evacuating cats and dogs. We leave food for those whom we cannot reach together with volunteers. Damn, that water's insanely high. Do they have no drainage for this stuff? I'm just trying to figure out how they deal with this. Now, I do know that rain, there's been a lot of rain, although it looks very clear in these photos right now, but I know that's not helping. It was over 100,000 when I first showed it to you? Yeah, that sounds right. Well, actually, I don't think initially. I think it was actually lower initially, and it climbed quickly. I think in like a week, it went from just a few thousand people to like 50,000 to 100,000 to 150,000, and I'm just assuming it's over 200,000 now. That was just a guess. It might. I genuinely don't know the exact number, but it's a lot. Okay, now this happened a day ago in Saudi Arabia, where a place called Medina was flooded by heavy rain. Some of this footage is fucking insane. There's floods fucking everywhere right now. Everywhere. Fucking everywhere. I forgot this was loud as fuck. Is that a fence? For a second I thought it was a bush. That's just the mangled fence. We already watched this one. Jesus. Oh my god. Holy shit. That thing's just going. That's a big fucking vehicle. That thing weighs like, what, 4,000 pounds? Wow. The footage is crazy. And yeah, I looked it up. A car like that. I just looked up like what a 2000 Land Rover weighs. It's like 4,500 pounds. That thing was just floating in the water. Like, no big deal. NBD, floating SUV coming through. Okay, now, wait, what time is it? Is it really only 109? Not 109. Or 109 in the stream. Huh. Got through all that shit really quickly. I feel like I'd usually stop here. I'm stumped. Do I take a break now? I always take a break after environmental news, and we've done the environmental news. Yeah, I guess that means break. I can't not do it, although we have so many more videos after this. Son of a bitch. I don't think I even deserve a break. I mean, yes. No, I guess we'll stop. No, it just doesn't feel right. I have to take a break. I don't know what it is about me, but we have to stick with this. I can't do it. It's just not right. Alright, chat. Well, I'll be right back. Grab yourself a drink or a snack, take a little dip in the pool, and we'll get right back to it, as I've got a whole lot more today for us to discuss around the globe. Okay. I am back. All right. We are going to get back to it. That's enough of a break. Wait, what did I do with my drink? I had tea. Thank you. Yes, it is good to be back. Now, let's talk about Haiti. Is what a trick question? It was a rhetorical question. I was asking myself what it is that I had done with my tea. But I found it. Alright, Haiti. Okay, yeah. Now, let's start this all off.
Show in Haiti, where
Hey,
deadly violence
Amy.
continues between armed groups and police
Hold on a second,
in
lady.
Port-au-Prince. On Tuesday, UN...
Okay, in order to get ourselves refamiliarized with what I guess is kind of happening in Haiti, I figured we'd watch this Democracy Now! Segment from a few weeks ago, which we caught a piece of, but I figured we'd watch a different part of it, considering there are more developments happening in Haiti as we speak.
Can you talk more about... Go ahead, Juan.
No, I was just going to ask him about this issue of what we hear in the media is that these are all criminal gangs that are operating, but you have a different perspective on that, and I'm wondering if you could elaborate on the distinctions that you've tried to make with some of these gang groups or these paramilitary groups, really.
Sure, completely. This is a revolutionary process we're watching unfold in Haiti. These are basically armed neighborhood committees. Some of them have gone down a criminal road, others are fighting against the criminals. And as a result, the U.S. is afraid of this because the anti-criminal groups led by Cherizier have a revolutionary agenda. They want to change the system in Haiti. They want to overthrow it. And the U.S. flagged him as a danger.
Now, this is the sort of narrative you certainly aren't going to be hearing from regular American media or just generally Western media outside of Democracy Now!, if you will. But it's completely true, and there's a significant nuance that is completely ignored. Context is completely just thrown out in discussing this in most cases. Which is why I thought it was important for us to kind of, watch this as we go through this situation as, a lot's unfolded. And if you're not familiar, the person that he's talking about, Cherizier, is the individual known as Barbecue and has been demonized by the media as being some sort of, I don't know, psycho gang leader, essentially.
Early on, we have been looking into him carefully over the past 4 years and seen that he's the genuine article as far as we can see. And they're trying to always demonize the Haitian people. They did this a century ago in 1915 when Charlemagne Perrault organized what were at that time also considered bandits, the Cacos, who had been sort of rural ruffians who would ride into Port-au-Prince and overthrow a government and that sort of thing. But he forged them into a guerrilla force which fought the U.S. Marine occupation of 1915 that landed, was in the country till 1934. And they were all called bandits. So they always have to demonize, criminalize the people's resistance, and that's what we're seeing today when they tried to put all the armed groups of the Haiti's popular classes into one bag called the gangs.
Kim, I wanted to go to a documentary series you did in 2022 called Another Vision.
He was a cop, so not all good. Well, yeah, I mean, he was a cop, but to be frank, I would much rather have Haitians governing themselves, enforcing their own laws themselves, rather than having the UN or any of the nations involved. They're coming in and telling Haiti what to do, which is what's essentially happened. And speaking of which, let's talk about that real quick before we move on to other things here in the world. Okay, let's look at this. You've heard Haitians asking for the UN to come in. I'm not saying that I haven't heard any Haitians asking for, if that's what you're talking about. I have heard some, But I've also heard a lot say the exact opposite. So it's clearly a bifurcated situation, right? It's clearly not just a monolith in Haiti, right? Like there's multiple opinions on this situation. I think the most heard opinion is that people just want the violence and the fighting to stop, and to have democracy, to be able to vote and not have a. But that's just me. That's what I've heard, right? Okay, but let's look at this from 5 hours ago from CBS News to discuss this a little bit further and in more current context. This is about Haiti's Transitional Council.
Haiti's Transitional Council has selected their pick for the country's next president and prime minister today as it works to bring stability to the nation. The Transition Council took power on Thursday, formalizing former Prime Minister Ariel Henry's resignation. The group will elect a new government and ultimately guide the way to a general election by 2026. The council is facing mounting pressure to produce fast results in a country that, of course, has been plagued by tragic gang violence, poverty, food insecurity, and more. For more on this, let's bring in Gary Pierre. He's the founder and publisher of the Haitian Times. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Pierre. What can you tell us about the new president and prime minister?
Well, thanks for having me, Lilia. The new president, Edgar Leblanc Fils, is a former Senate president. And the new prime minister, his name is Fritz Belizaire, is a former sports minister. So now, as you mentioned in your intro, their task is to create a government and create a electoral college and to get the elections going.
I can't imagine that, given the way things have panned out in Haiti since the assassination of the last president, there must be so many challenges. What would you say are the top ones that this council and the eventual government will have to face?
Well, the top one is really to neutralize the gangs and get things back to normalcy. Because right now, the daily lives in Haiti, it's just terrible. People can't go out safely. Schools are not open. Some of the schools open via Zoom classes. And so the country is at a standstill, and there's a lot of work ahead of them. The challenge is enormous. They're talking about, the international community is talking about sending in Kenyan-led troops to help the Haitian police deal with the gangs, but there's a lot of controversy surrounding that in Kenya and other countries in the Americas who have pledged to send soldiers and police officers.
I mean, there certainly are concerns.
Yeah, and that's been one of the problems, is the interference in this situation, and I feel like in some ways it's escalating things. You got the notification, but you're watching Bassem Youssef's new show. What? You're getting ahead of bed. How dare you watch that? We were going to watch it together. No, I'm just teasing you. Totally fine. I don't blame you at all. It does look good, and I've only watched a piece of it, and it is in the watch list for later. But we've got other things to look at first before we can have fun. What was I saying? I was saying things, but then I was distracted by that comment. I had words in my brain there somewhere. Fuck, and it was about what some of this guy was saying just now, and I've completely lost it. What was my... Oh, fuck. Happens to me at least twice a stream. I just completely forget. And I had a point. I liked the point that I was going to make. And now... Oh yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Okay, so 2026 is how long is when they're saying the new transitional government is claiming that they are going to have an actual democratic election. However, the person who is appointed the new president of, and it's really just, it's hard to call somebody president who's appointed, but the new person who is the leader of Haiti is a former minister in the previously appointed prime minister, and so on and so forth, right? So a lot can happen in a year and a half, and I have concerns that that won't be respected, that timeline won't happen at the way that it's being said right now, that the government is hoping, and that, you know, the interveners, if you will, are hoping that it will go out of the public eye, out of the public consciousness, and people will stop worrying about it, right? Not that it's even that that much in the public eye, honestly. I feel like, considering everything that's been going on, it has not had a lot of coverage in comparison to some other things. And I'm not saying that the other things that have been covered are necessarily not needing of coverage. But I guess my point is that I have skepticism about what will happen. But, you know, I fingers crossed. I do hope that it will work out, right? Knock on wood. Sateo already has 10,000 paid Substack subs? Good God. He's crushing it. He is crushing it. That is insane. That is fucking insane. He just started this channel like last month. Alright, maybe a little bit longer ago, but it was not that long ago. You know, holy shit. That's explosive growth. By the way, if, you know, anybody here is watching hasn't told their friends about GNN, you know, consider it. We could also use a little growth here too. Jesus Christ, 10,000. Fuck, that's intense. What was I doing? Oh, right, the news. What's next? Alright, we did Haiti. I mean, he's already got, I think, like over, what? Is he over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube already? His metrics have been pretty incredible. I know that. I don't know them all off the top of my head, but that number is pretty shocking, actually. Okay, moving on. Let's go to Europe. First, England, aka Britain, aka the UK. Since you guys can't pick a name, I'll just say them all. You tell everybody about GNN, it's your favorite show. Well, that makes you a great person, and you should pat yourself on the back. I would pat it for you, but it's difficult to reach from space. I just want to look at this video. Usually I don't watch just random videos of crazies, but I just found this fascinating in the way the police respond to this individual. You'll see it shortly. However, this is in relation to a very unfortunate incident which occurred earlier today. There was a man in Hainault. I'm not sure how to say it. It's a place in the UK where, unfortunately, this man went on like a rampage with a sword and killed a teenager in middle of broad daylight during the day. But considering some of the videos we've been watching recently, I figured we'd look at this more as a look at how police respond in different places. can see him, he's jumping the fence over here to the right. He's got like a katana, I think. I just found it fascinating that no cops had guns out. It was tasers and batons. And this dude's got a fucking katana in his hands. And in America, I feel like that dude would have been dead in about a half a second. Instead, he gets to face trial, and people get to actually say what they think about him. And I think, to some degree, it benefits society that you have a live, what do you call it? Suspect, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, he's clearly not just a suspect. He's a murderer, right? And you can confront this individual. Anyway, I just thought it was crazy to see police not just blasting somebody away. I guess we can watch the rest of it, honestly. It's not that long. It's like 10 seconds longer. I just thought it was nuts. I was like, what the fuck is this? Is this what real policing is supposed to look like? Good God. I'm not saying that the police in the UK don't have their problems. There have been plenty of things that I've heard about in the recent past involving attacks committed by the police and other things like that that are certainly wrong. And I'm not here as some sort of spokesperson for them, but I just, as an American, I found it fascinating. Exactly, people in America get shot for literally no reason. This guy's got a fucking katana out, and they're like, just tase him and smack him. Okay, hey, I mean, I kind of like the restraint. If I'm not, not gonna lie, that's something else. Anyway, moving on. Let's look at this from 8 hours ago from Reuters, where apparently Britain is now going to begin physical checks on all food products coming into the country from the EU. Now, I personally don't know whether or not this includes the border in Ireland, but I'm not a fan of this at all. This seems like a complete waste of time. Cisco, please. Pause. Cisco, please. Well done, chat. A Cisco earned. I don't have a phrase. I thought I had a phrase in my head and I lost it. Okay, now let's do it. That's right, we have somebody from Ireland in this chat. Lefty, do you know if this affects the... what's going on with the border between Northern and Greater Ireland? I just realized while we were watching, I was like, oh wait, maybe somebody knows what's gonna happen in regards to this. So I don't think they don't discuss it at all during this this thing here. Well, I figured I'd ask. Okay. Okay, this is from 7 hours ago from Channel 4 News, where after the announcement of the Rwanda bill in the UK, over half of the people who were set to be deported to Rwanda are now completely missing.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Well, there's a protest going on here. You can see that a group of protesters are here. They're chanting slogans. They have blocked an immigration van. We understand that on that van is the Syrian man. He's not alone. He told us today that he's been detained with 3 other people. They all turned up for their routine asylum interview. If you're here claiming asylum in this country, it's normal that every 2 weeks you have to report to an immigration centre. But when they turned up today, they were held. He told me that a policeman kept him in a room and said, you will be sent to a detention centre and then put on a flight to Rwanda. Now, this has happened much earlier than people understood. The government has said that flights won't take off for 10 to 12 weeks, and yet they have started to detain people earlier than thought. The Home Office...
This is fucking crazy. No, you're absolutely right. This fucking bill is crazy racist, just to assume that anybody who is seeking asylum should just all go to Rwanda. It sounds like a talking point, not a policy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, from like, who was it that started the Go Back to Africa thing? Was it like Limbaugh or something? Like in America, but it sounds like that, right? It just like sounds like some sort of, talk radio asshole who is just spewing nonsense. It's not a policy that people thought over and decided, yes, this is the idea, right? It seems fucking insane. And what you were saying about, because it's related to that previous video we were just watching, you're totally right. Like the process of going through all this stuff is all this unnecessary checks that are happening now are affecting people such as yourself who need medicine and other sorts of things, and the prices are being increased, and or the times to get them are being increased as well, right? It's delays and costs. It's not what people need. And then relating to this whole situation, I think I already pointed this all out, but it's just like I was saying it before, like I was like, this is a ridiculous plan when we first heard about it, and within 48 hours suddenly, what did they said half the people who were supposed to be deported have suddenly gone missing. Like, who didn't expect something like that to happen? When like, people came to the UK, you would assume, for a particular reason, right? Although not necessarily everybody has a ton of options in these particular situations, but you would assume that you'd head yourself in the direction of the country that you would most like to live in, right? And can get to. And it's just crazy to just think that blanket statement, you're gonna just send everybody to the middle of Africa, where you would assume the majority of them have zero contacts or family or roots or anything. Maybe people have family in the UK. What do you know? What? It's just whatever. Let's just listen to a little bit more of this.
It's all part of their preparation for the Rwanda plan. But it's caused a lot of controversy. As you can see, people here are trying to block the vans to stop people being removed. Now, we spoke to one young man today. He told us he was extremely frightened. He said he hasn't been told where he will be detained or how long for. Now, he turned up for his interview. Some others today didn't turn up. And the government has had to defend its handling of these cases because a document released has shown that around 3,000 people who have been told that they will be removed can't be located. And today the government defended its policy.
I've never been arrested before, so why not?
We'll see what the police say.
Emma Lowe has promised to stop the deportations.
I love this
She's
lady.
a refugee rights campaigner in Loughborough and has spent the day protesting at this immigration centre.
I'd rather be arrested than people be deported to Rwanda.
Yeah.
small sacrifice.
People seeking asylum have to routine.
I just gotta say, like, I really do love that lady. I just think it's amazing that, as, somebody who is in a wheelchair to, go out of their way in their day to protest for other people that are being affected by things that don't affect themselves is truly incredible.
Sign in at these centres every fortnight, but this morning as they arrived they were fearful.
If they go in, they could well be detained. We don't know.
They'd heard reports that Home Office officials are detaining people weeks earlier than expected so that they can be sent to Rwanda.
Are people scared?
Yeah, of course there are people that are scared. Because the people who came to this country, you want to get to save their life. Why are you going to take it to Rwanda?
The Home Office told us that now the Rwanda bill has passed the Commons, they're entering the final phase of operationalising this landmark policy. But what does that mean?
The activists are just trying to find out what's going on. There's a rumour here that a young man from Syria has been detained in the immigration van, so they're trying to ask the officers if that's true.
It turns out that he's not in the vans and that he's actually being detained inside of the building. They wind up getting him on the phone, and he seems genuinely distressed about the whole situation. Okay, one more story about this situation. One more video about this situation here. This is from Channel 4 News as well, from 8 hours ago. According to Rishi Sunak, not interested, quote unquote, in accepting returned asylum seekers from Ireland.
A Ukrainian refugee plays Irish music at a charity supporting the ever-growing number of homeless people in Dublin, including recently arrived asylum seekers. The Lighthouse charity is on the front line then of the two issues defining modern Ireland: housing and immigration. Mustafa volunteers here 4 days a week, arrived from Morocco 2 years ago, travelled via Britain but didn't stay there because of the Rwanda policy. Have you met lots of people that have come from Belfast?
Yeah, almost like 70 or 80% of all of them come from Belfast.
Oh, really? The people that you're
Yeah.
people that you're working with here?
Yeah.
Okay. This marries with contested comments made by the Irish Justice Minister last week that the majority of people coming claiming asylum are coming via Belfast, crossing the open border into Ireland, in part because of Rwanda. Not including Ukrainians, around 15,000 people arrived in the Republic of Ireland last year to claim asylum. In the first 4 months of this year, it's at 6,000, so looks like an increase. Now, according to the Minister for Justice, 80% of that 6,000 arrived from Northern Ireland into the Republic. So, in other words, got on a bus in Belfast and arrived in Dublin at the main bus station here, Busaras.
Okay. Just figured we would try and get a full look at that situation. Feel like we did an okay job. Your storage costs are up over 100%. That's fucked. Okay, let's look at this story to get us kind of transfer us from one side of Europe to the other. This is actually a historical revelation from 6 hours ago. According to BBC News, scrolls have been discovered at Mount Vesuvius in the ash, revealing Plato's burial place and his final hours.
For nearly 2,000 years, the charred papyrus scrolls found in Herculaneum have been indecipherable.
They were burnt and buried under layers of volcanic ash following the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. But using artificial intelligence, Italian scientists are piecing together the text that was lost, and what they reveal through this advanced infrared imaging are previously unknown details of where the Greek philosopher Plato is buried and how he spent his final hours. He died at the age of 81, and on his final day the text tells us that he listened to music played on a flute by a Thracian slave girl, and despite battling a
For fuck's sake, Plato. Did you hear that? On the day he died, he was listening to music played by a Thracian slave girl, quote unquote. That's terrible. I thought this guy was supposed to be Mr. Philosophical.
fever and being on the brink of death, he is said to have retained enough lucidity to complain that she didn't have enough rhythm. Graziano Ranocchi.
Obviously, I'm kind of kidding, right? Like, I've read, not all, obviously, but I've read, some of Plato's works, and a lot of them have some things I would criticize, but I just found it funny, this situation.
He's Professor of Papyrology at the University of Pisa, who's leading the team that made the discovery. Thank you very much. Could you explain in simple terms how you've done it?
Yeah, so we have been working hard on editing Herculaneum papyri for years here in Naples, and by making editions, at any time new discoveries come out, such those concerning the history of the Academy by Philodemus, this marvelous book roll, which has been handed down to us from the ashes of Mount Vesuvius eruption of AD 79. So it contains much more information in comparison with older edition of the same book, but it happens and applies to any Herculaneum papyri which is edited again after 2000, because advanced techniques have led us to make huge progresses in the textual reading and also in the philosophical and literary interpretation.
And we now know where he's buried, correct?
Yeah, we did know that he was buried in the academy, so in the academic school, so to speak, the first university of Western civilization, namely immediately outside the city walls of Athens. But we didn't know exactly where, and now we know that he was buried close to the shrine to the Muses, the so-called museum, in a special garden reserved to him and his school.
And just very quickly, could you use this on other scrolls that you haven't yet been able to decipher?
Yeah, we are going to use the same techniques to decipher and edit other rolls, and we are making new discoveries which are now under publication, so in press.
Professor Ranocchi, thank you very much for coming.
Cool. I just thought that was an interesting story. Something to kind of, cleanse our palates a little bit from all the horrible stuff we've already seen. As we move on into other things here in Eastern Europe. First, let's start in Kosovo, where authorities are determined to integrate the Serbian population, but are having some difficulties, you might say. This is from 15 hours ago, France 24.
Lines form outside banks in Mitrovica, located in northern Kosovo, a Serb-inhabited region in a country whose population is 93% Albanian. Cash is now being rationed. Kosovo Prime Minister Albin Kurti decided in February to ban circulation of the Serbian dinar.
Last time I waited for 3 hours. Yesterday I couldn't even get in. My legs hurt.
And here we are, still no money. I don't know how we're going to manage.
Kosovo is one of the few countries in the world without its own currency. The Albanian majority uses the euro, while the Serbian minority uses the dinar. Pristina is attempting to eliminate it in the name of national sovereignty.
It's crazy to think that in 2024, in Europe, there is a country where there are different currencies for different ethnicities. It sounds fucking insane. But if you know about what happened in Kosovo in the 90s, things become slightly more clear.
However, in northern Kosovo, some public services are linked to Serbia. This includes the hospital, which the Kosovar authorities consider an illegal parallel structure. Today is Pediatric Visitation Day. Zlatan Elek, a surgeon, also serves as the hospital's director.
It's never been as difficult as it is now, not just for me, for all the inhabitants of the north. For example, today after work, I'll be forced to go to central Serbia to withdraw my salary in cash. The behavior of the international community, in our view, is not appropriate. It doesn't sanction the government of Pristina. Mr. Kurti, the Prime Minister, does as he pleases, and we're forced to accept it despite the negative consequences.
The ban on the dinar is just one measure among others to try to integrate the Serbian population. Starting summer 2023, all Serbian imports were banned. For the hospital, which relies on supplies from Belgrade, each delivery...
Still going on. Still fucking going on. Maybe not to the same level it was back then, but the racism and all that certainly still exists. And there's more to this story, but we're not going to watch the whole thing today. I just thought it was worth keeping ourselves aware of. So we're going to move to, let's see, around here. Watch a little bit more of this.
A monastery was stormed by armed men, resulting in 4 deaths.
In the 24th September 2023, a well-organized group from, we suspect is from Serbia, attacked a police patrolling unit where Sergeant Afrin Bunyaku were killed in spot. I think it was almost like a war that day. After that 12 hours, the situation of safety was good there.
Since then, the situation has calmed down, and the Kosovar police are focused on combating smuggling, meaning the importation of products from Serbia.
Now we are patrolling close to the border that connects us with Serbia. It's a border that is oftenly used for smugglers. We regularly patrol here, making sure everything is okay.
On another busy road, checks are constant. Individuals coming from Serbia are only allowed to pass with a limited amount of cash and medications. All other Serbian goods are seized.
Parallel structures are the biggest problem in here, in the north of Kosovo, because we have health system, we have education system. We need to get these parallel structures out, or we need to put them into the system. When I came here, like in November 2022, I had the impression that anything was being smuggled in here. So now that stopped. We have interrupted more than 20 illegal roads.
Since Kosovo Prime Minister Albin Kurti came to power in 2021, relations between Kosovo and Serbia have disintegrated. As tensions continue to escalate, the population finds itself caught in the middle.
Us shopkeepers have been working.
This one really frustrates me. And there's multiple ethnic groups in this area, and they just need to start getting along. It's out of fucking control. It's been going on for so long, and the differences are so tiny. Cultural things and or religion. Although religion is, let's be real, it causes enough problems as it is. But it just kills me. It makes so little sense. Even though I technically understand it, it just boggles my mind. And now let's talk about another Eastern European situation. Well, is technically Georgia in I don't think it's technically in Asia. Okay, let's look at the situation that's been happening in Georgia as protests have continued against this bill that has been, I think it's being passed. I can't remember if it's been passed or if it's currently in the Georgian parliament. But this law is apparently very unpopular, and some of these protests have gotten massive. If you're unfamiliar with the law itself makes it so that any business that receives funding from outside of Georgia or Russia has to declare that and be essentially labeled as spies. This protest is fucking huge. There's no subtitles for it, so I have no idea what this guy is saying. Oh, there we are. There have been several political minority protest actions in recent weeks. Those rallies in our meeting today differ in one main principle. Those rallies were held in the spirit of slavery. Oh, I just realized I read this title wrong. Oh, this is a pro-government rally. This is not the protest. These people are here. I think these people are here to support this situation. Ah. I just realized that from what he was saying. Become a member of the European Union at the expense of sovereignty or independence and traditional values. Oh, no. Not traditional values. Oh, that would be so sad. Radical NGOs and their patrons take away sovereignty, independence, and values. Then in this case, both the European Union and didn't quite catch that last one, but sounds kind of ridiculous. Okay, now these are the actual protests, which are being they're attempting to shut down right now in Georgia. I forgot that I put this one in there. Okay, there we go. Come on, buddy.
Well, tens of thousands of people are protesting in the streets of Georgia's capital for the third consecutive day. Police fired water cannon at the crowds as some demonstrators turned violent. The demonstration in Tbilisi is against the government's so-called foreign influence law. It follows a rally in support of the ruling party on Monday. The legislation will require organisations receiving funds from abroad to register as foreign agents.
Riot police using tear gas and rubber bullets to try to break up protests
Let's
outside
watch this one as
Georgia's
well. Might as well.
Syria, the scene just
it was definitely big.
Moments ago
it was quite big.
Lawmakers are having a second reading and a vote on a foreign agents law. Now, this is a controversial issue that has sparked the protests. Those who are in favour of it say it's to help make the funding of NGOs more transparent. Those who are against say to throw it back to Soviet times. Brussels has stepped in to say that such a law, if passed, would jeopardise Georgia's chances of entering the European Union. Our regional correspondent, Regis Jant, is joining us now for more on the situation. Regis, we've seen angry scenes outside the parliament in Tbilisi. What can you tell us?
Yeah, indeed, this last 2 hours, let's say, the police forces tried to disperse the crowd which was around the parliament. They used rubber balls, they used tear gas, and also some water cannons.
Wow, that's a
so
lot of police.
quite a serious
There's like hundreds and hundreds
process
of
is underway. People wanted to
Holy
go
shit.
not inside the parliament, they try to lock the doors or the entries, the various entrances of the parliament, because the deputies, the MPs, are about to adopt the law on the second reading, and there will be three readings finally. So it seems that in this case, the government tries to really use the force to control the situation.
Yeah, this crowd is fucking
it's
huge too.
a sign that the government is at the moment quite worrying, and we saw that yesterday with a huge rally that they organized. The rally was huge, but it was also a sign that the government worries, because since 3 weeks now, the crowd is in the street and against this law that they call the Russian law.
Why, Regis, is that this split?
Okay. Cool. I think we get it. Things in Georgia very tense right now. And that honestly didn't quite show what we saw in some of the other videos, but like the size of the protests against this government law were just as big as that other. So it seems things are a little divided in Georgia right now. Okay, now let's move on to the rest of Asia, where in waters in Southeast Asia, Chinese vessels have taken to firing water cannons at Philippines Coast Guard once again. The water wars, they're here. just easy. Okay. Okay, so you can see these are the waters near Bajo de Masinloc in Philippines. And yeah, that's just a Philippines Coast Guard boat. It's getting a serious washing right now. And the thing about this is, I feel like these, I've seen a bunch of these, honestly. China's done this time and time again. And it just seems like the equivalent, like the maritime equivalent of like pissing on somebody's leg, right? Or it's like a very, you know, it's just this sort of like very childish sort of like thing. Oh, we're gonna shoot you with squirt guns right now. It's not actually war. This isn't actually aggression. This is just, we're just shooting you with water. You know, it's very odd. It clearly does have an element of aggression to it, even if it doesn't look all that serious. It's just a very weird thing to be doing, in my opinion, if you're a country. But honestly, if we can solve our problems with water wars instead of wars with bullets and missiles, I'll honestly take water wars every time. If you give me the option, can we have ships battling with water on the open ocean, or can we have people getting blasted with missiles? I'm gonna say do the first one. You know, that's just me. I have crazy opinions sometimes. Okay, let's look at this next video. This is from a day ago, PBS NewsHour. According to them, the Indian government has been accused of trying to kill Sikh activists in the United States.
India has increasingly seen its stature grow on the world stage. Led by populist Hindu Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the world's biggest democracy has grown its economy and its geopolitical influence. But an investigation by the Washington Post adds new evidence to allegations that India is also trying to murder some of its critics, even on American soil. William Brangham has more.
According to the Post, on the eve of Modi's first state visit to America, members of his government spy agency were plotting to kill an American citizen in New York. Sikh separatist leader Gurpatwan Singh Panun has been highly critical of Modi's government. And while the plot against him was foiled by U.S. law enforcement, it's opened a window into just how audacious the Indian government is becoming.
I mean,
Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter Greg Miller helped break this story, and he joins us now from London. Greg, thank you so much for being here. Could you just tell us a little bit more about this plot? Who were...
I mean, where's the outrage about this? India's trying to do extrajudicial killings on the United States soil? On what? Religious minorities from within its country? Fucking crazy.
Plotters, and tell us a little bit more about who they were targeting.
So the plotters are operatives within the Indian Intelligence Service, its spy agency, which is known as the Research and Analysis Wing. And of course, the spy agency is very closely controlled by Modi and his inner circle and national security advisors. So the targets are part of a broader community, religious community of Sikhs who are regarded by the Modi government as a threat, as disloyal, as enemies of the sort of Hindu nationalist state.
Ah, for fuck's sake. This nationalism's gotta go. Hindu nationalism, all of it. It's out of control. Leave it at the Olympics. Morbius coming in here and trying to poach people from the stream, midstream. Offensive. I'm offended. Okay, let's look at this next one. This is from Zeteo from 8 hours ago. Sleepwalking into World War III. Medi on what the media isn't telling you about Iran versus Israel.
Context, context, context. If there is one thing my journalism is about, this new show, Mehdi Unfiltered, is about, and our new company, Zeteo, is all about, it's providing context. Because context matters. It allows us to fully understand an issue, the meaning, the background, the history. It allows us to connect the dots and truly make sense of what we're being told. And yet we just had a major media fail, a major absence of context. When Iran unleashed a barrage of more than 300 drones and missiles at Israel, which thankfully didn't kill any civilians and didn't do much damage to Israel, but has raised concerns about the start of a new and dangerous war in the region. An attack which was followed last week by an apparent Israeli strike on a military airbase near the city of Isfahan in central Iran. Now, Iran's attack on Israel was presented by many media outlets as Iran being Iran, the rogue nation, the anti-Semitic, anti-American terror state, the irrational, unhinged country that is desperate to wipe little Israel off the map. No context necessary. No history needed.
Unnecessary, totally.
I'm not even talking ancient history, which isn't actually that ancient. You know, the fact that the United States and the UK helped topple democratically elected Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in a coup back in 1953.
Now, I don't want
and then replaced him with a brutal dictator, the Shah, which then paved the way for the Ayatollah's revolution in 1979. I'm not referring here even to the US and UK support for Saddam Hussein's use of chemical weapons against Iran in the 1980s. Or during Ronald Reagan's presidency, the shooting down of Iran Air Flight 655, killing all 290 civilians on board. You know, the kind of things that might make any country a little wary, a little angry, a little paranoid and defensive.
Yep.
But no, I'm talking about much more recent context, much more recent history. The last decade and a half of assassinations, for example, almost certainly by Israel of Iranian nuclear scientists. Civilians murdered inside of Iran. Or just consider the past 6 months alone. In December, as CNBC reported, Israeli-linked hackers took out nearly 70% of Iran's gas stations, causing chaos in that country. Then, in February, the New York Times reported that Israel carried out covert attacks on 2 major natural gas pipelines inside Iran, disrupting the flow of heat and cooking gas to provinces with millions of people. It went on to describe those attacks as having marked an escalation in the covert war and appeared to open a new frontier. But where was this context from February when Iran launched its attack or counterattack on Israel last week? And then, of course, there was the Israeli attack on the Iranian consulate building in Syria on April the 1st, just 2 weeks before Iran sent drones and missiles to Israel. In fact, Israel's attack killed 7 Iranian officers, 3 of them top generals, a clear violation of international law, of the Vienna.
Yep, 100%. How many times does the world need examples like this to start figuring out some of these things, huh? And it's crazy how it all gets framed in the media as if it's all just totally normal shit. It's like, no, you're definitely not supposed to go attacking consulates. Let's just watch the end right here.
An aggression, of course they do, but look at the scale of that response.
That's the British Conservative Foreign Minister saying the quiet part out loud. Meanwhile, over here in Washington, D.C., we have the ultra-conservative, ultra-hawkish, super pro-Israel GOP going to bat for Israel and lying about Iran. Republican Congressman Brian Mast, the guy who called Palestinian kids Nazis and wore an Israeli military uniform to Congress, called it an unprovoked attack on Twitter. So did GOP House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who said the House of Representatives stands strongly with Israel and there must be consequences for this unprovoked attack. Yes, unprovoked by Iran. Forget about the attack on their consulate or the bombing of their gas pipelines or the cyber attacks on their gas stations. No, it was all unprovoked. And now innocent Israel needs to defend itself and teach Iran, the bully, a lesson. And we, America, need to join in. Look, we expect elected Republicans to lie shamelessly, to gaslight openly. That's who they are these days. But our media, in particular our so-called liberal media, has to be better than that. Context has to be key, especially in our media coverage of the Middle East.
100%.
Context matters. Because if you don't have context, you find yourself being lied to, being duped and deceived, and then sleepwalking into World War III.
Maddie Doomerang over there. Okay. What's next? Wait, why do I have this here? No, that's fine. But I kind of do want to put this here there. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm gonna skip this. Put this down here. Okay, yeah. I think I got this in the right order now. Let's look at this. All right, so we're going to move on to the protests that have been happening on universities and colleges in the United States. First, let's look at this from Democracy Now! From 12 hours ago, where they actually watch some historical footage, as well as, I believe, an old Democracy Now! Show. But yeah, let's move on to this. In Gaza protest, Columbia students occupy Hamilton Hall, site of historic 1968 takeover.
The UN Secretary General.
Whoopsies. Why have you done this to me? Forsaken. There we go.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we go back now in history, Columbia University's Hamilton Hall, which students occupied just after midnight last night, we reported earlier, was also the site of a historic student occupation in 1968. It was actually on this day, April 30th, 1968, when hundreds of students at Columbia University started a revolt on campus. Students went on strike. They occupied 5 buildings, including the president's office and Low Library. The students barricaded themselves inside the buildings for days. They were protesting Columbia's ties to military research and plans to build a university gymnasium in a public park in Harlem. The protests began less than 3 weeks after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The 1968 Columbia uprising inspired student protests across the country. This is an excerpt from the documentary Columbia Revolt by Third World Newsreel.
Students at Columbia moved to take over buildings despite warnings from campus officials.
To show the solidarity of people with 6 strike leaders who they tried to suspend, they decided to take Hamilton once again. Decided to stay.
The students then set up barricades inside the administration buildings.
First day in math, we set up a defense committee which took care of putting up the barricades. We decided what our policy would be toward police, toward jocks. We soaped some of the stairs. We taped the windows. We emptied bookcases and put them up in front of the windows in case tear gas canisters did get through the tape.
And it hung up a lot of people when there'd be a little scratch or a mark on the marble top desks or something. At the second time we built barricades, these hang-ups had disappeared, and we had decided that barricades were necessary politically and strategically, and anything went in making strong and, this time, permanent type barricades.
The defense is all taken care of. Security is a problem. Letting people in and out of the buildings. Watches. We need people to watch the windows every night.
We had a walkie-talkie set up, citizens band walkie-talkies. Plus, there were telephone communications to every building, which the university tapped. We had 3 mimeographs that worked constantly, and there were people who did nothing during the strike but relate to the mimeograph machine. And there was a big sign on the wall, quote from somebody in Berkeley, which says, 5 students and a mimeograph machine can do more harm to a university than an army.
An excerpt from the documentary Columbia Revolt by Third World Newsreel about 1968. Juan Gonzalez, Democracy Now! Co-host, introduced that tape when we first aired it on Democracy Now! On the 40th anniversary of the Columbia 1968 strike. Juan Gonzalez was one of the founders of the Young Lords and one of the leaders of the Columbia Student Revolt in 1968.
The Young Lords, huh? Okay. Juan Gonzalez. I just thought it'd be good to watch that just to remind us of the past and the parallels between these two situations. It's a little bit bittersweet, right? There's aspects of it that are a little bit, nice to see. Then when you think about it, sometimes it's a little frustrating to see that we're redoing the past, that we have to go back and demand justice in every single situation, that we can't just apply these things across the board, and that we must be ever vigilant about these things. But to be a leftist is to be ever frustrated, I think. At least for now. We'll see. We'll see how that pans out. Moving on here, let's look at the actual protests that are happening. This is from 10 hours ago, where pro-Palestinian protesters barricaded themselves in a Columbia University building. Now, from my understanding, today is the last day of the semester for Columbia students, if I'm not mistaken. But from what I have heard, they don't intend to leave until their demands are met. And actually, let's go to this first. Oh, is it over now?
Acid Brown gets a breather now that.
Okay. This. You find chanting weird? Why is that? Okay, so this is footage from just this live stream ended 15 minutes ago. This is ABC. No, this is the AP. But this is outside of Columbia University. Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch any of this because they went live like right before I started the stream, so I have no idea what happened, although it does say the protesters were taken into custody, so that is all I know. You're saying chanting always comes across as cringe? Weird. Alright, I'm gonna move this forward a little bit. Okay, yeah, you can see that there's a NYPD bus pulling up. I don't think Zorro said all for one and one for all. Pretty sure that was the Musketeers.
Right, we are not seeing any officers in full tactical gear. We're seeing all officers in helmets and batons and the cups. The barricade that you are seeing, Hamilton Hall backs onto Amsterdam Avenue, which is open to the city. That has the windows there that they can get up to and get into Hamilton Hall. They have the video that we see from inside Hamilton Hall. They were barricading doors down at the ground level. That's why they were pulling food up all day long, drinks up to students all day long in Hamilton Hall. So they are trying to make entry there. There are other ways into Hamilton Hall as well that police can probably then take advantage of. And right now, there's yet another bus. This is the fourth large bus we've seen coming down 114. The gate we are next to is the main gate that police officers entered. And since we last spoke, dozens and dozens more police officers have gone in. And Ken, if you just look down 14, so these are all residence dorms along 114th Street. Police have taken up positions in front of the doors of every single domicile on 114th Street to keep students and residents in. You hear some chanting sometimes right now, but we haven't seen any of the arrested coming out of 114. There is, oh, now we are seeing them actually. We are seeing people arrested coming out down the streets, coming down another distance down 114. They're starting to bring out of the grounds. Yeah, I saw about 3 or 4. It is not clear how many people are participating in this. The assumption was it was about several hundred, maybe 300 or so, in both the encampment and in Hamilton Hall. You know, I will tell you, this all kicked off 2 weeks ago when there was one encampment police getting arrested. They arrested 108 people. 70 of those people were not Columbia students. So I think police are going to be, and Columbia looking for that today. Clearly, police now control everything inside campus. Campus, and they are arresting people inside and bringing them another.
Oh shit, they're walking the protesters.
Right now, so we have a handful of from this side anyway. It sounds like there were some arrests, but it sounds like those were protesters who were outside the gates on the Amsterdam side who were arrested a little earlier tonight. That's Amsterdam. They just bring up
I wonder what that means. Does that mean they actually cleared out the Columbia University hall? What are they doing? Over 100 people were arrested tonight? Or nearly 100 people were arrested. Okay. But are they still in there? God damn, it's a lot of cops. How many cops do they need for this? Fucked up. There's the free speech bus leaving the station. Good old free speech bus. Jesus Christ. What is our country? What is our country? What is it? Why is this the way that we deal with people protesting? A janitor got locked in, and so now that's being deemed as kidnapping? But he couldn't go out a window? Wow, this AP video is terrible. It doesn't really show any of it. I'm like trying to go through this shit and it just it barely captures what happened. This sucks. This is really bad footage. Thanks so much, AP. Glad you're all getting paid the big bucks over there. Okay. Well, let's move on. This is at Brown University from 5 hours ago, where an encampment was cleared. However, it was cleared because student protesters reached an agreement with the university.
Asset Brown gets a breather now that the tents are gone.
The protesters reached an agreement with school leaders today to end the encampment peacefully. And this
Stop.
A breather now that the tents are gone.
The protesters reached an agreement with school leaders today to end the encampment peacefully. NBC 10's Temitopa Adelea is live in Providence with details. Temitopa?
Gene and Patrice, the main green here took a complete 180 in just a matter of hours, completely cleared now. Just one stipulation of that agreement, another being a vote regarding divestment. Since last Wednesday, the Gaza Solidarity encampment has remained intense on the main green to protest violence in Gaza and demand that Brown divest from any companies with ties to the Israeli government.
Brown's endowment is invested in a host of companies like Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and others that have direct ties to the Israeli military, and especially in the building of weapons and other materials that support the settlement of the West Bank in historic Palestine.
Joined by some faculty and community members over the past week.
Oh, the institution, they should divest. They should divest. The money is going into evil purposes.
Yesterday's negotiations between the encampment and the university resulted in a 24-hour extension, giving them more time to draw up a counter-proposal. But today, an agreement was reached.
Just a few minutes ago, 4 representatives from the Brown Divest Coalition have signed an agreement
And we have gotten a vote among the full corporation during their October corporation meeting.
Students who received conduct violations related to the encampment will not have to accept them, but will remain on probation.
The one big concession we gave up is that we got to get the hell off this main green.
And everyone had to clean and clear the green by 5.
But of course, this means no more encampments, no more protests for the rest of the academic year. Thoughts on that?
I mean, we were here for divestment. It's a stipulation we had to negotiate. I think at the end, this is a huge win for the divestment campaign. It's a huge win in terms of getting our university to actually make actionable, concrete, material change.
Exactly. That was a material change. They have succeeded in doing that, and it's great, you know. And they're, you know, there's nothing stopping them from doing protests other places for the, you know, similar reasons. But if you're going to be protesting on campus, I think it, you know, in this regard, I think it makes a lot of sense that you have goals and things of the institution specifically, and now I haven't seen the actual agreement, so I don't know entirely what was in it. But I just think it's good to see college actually giving a fuck. Granted, Brown is a bit different than, I don't know, say like a Columbia, but I just see it as an optimistic story, which is why we've just checked that one out. And hopefully more universities will divest, right? Yeah, they got divestment. That's what it sounds like to me. Once again, I didn't see the whole agreement, but that's what it was just told to us as. So I'm gonna accept what that young woman had to say about this situation. So yeah, where's Brown? Where is Brown? I'm trying to remember. I think it's in New York, isn't it? No, wait, maybe it's in Boston. Hold on, I gotta look this up. Now I can't remember. Oh, Rhode Island. Rhode Island. Rhode Island. Okay, now moving on to other protests that are still going on. This is at UNC, where students take part in a pro-Palestinian protest. North Carolina. My guess is that must be a residence, like of maybe the president or something. That's kind of what it looks like, at least. Brown v. Board was about segregation in schools. Okay. Alright, that was North Carolina, where students are protesting. It's just great to see that practically every single state has a university where students are currently protesting what's happening, either by vicariously through their university, by way of funding or other things like that, or just generally protesting the war on, or the genocide on Palestinians and what is happening there. Okay, on to Portland State University. On the other side of the country, protesters take over the library and say they will not leave until demands are met.
Yeah, so far all morning long we've been here since earlier this morning. Protests have been peaceful. Just a small group standing outside, about 24 or so standing out front of the library here. You got an unknown number of people inside the library. We've seen people come and go through some of the doors here at the library. Police have asked the protesters to leave the library. The president of the university also asking the same thing. So far, protesters say they're not going anywhere.
Cool. Just trying to hit all of them. Their protests had Sac State too. I missed that. They didn't bother having the police. They were fantastic. That sounds like free speech. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure we hit them all. Oh, BCat lives. Look at that. Finally makes an appearance to the stream, of which she is a mod. So good to see you. So good to see you.
That's hot.
Okay. What's next? Oh, this is an unfortunate one. Should we? Oh, I forgot to add. Oh, I was gonna add this one in here, and I forgot to add the other one. Son of a bitch. Hold on. I think I'm gonna add this just because. Just fucking because. I have to. Sorry, Chad, just 1 second. I'm just trying to make sure I can get this video in here and add it to this list in the right order so we can watch both of them together. Where is it? Okay. Cool. I think I've done it properly. Let's try this. Okay, now let's look at Cal Polytech Humboldt, where hold on. Okay, they have been occupying areas on campus for days now. This is from 5 days ago, where they held police back for quite some time. By using tactics, intelligent tactics, and just staying together. So this is from, was it 5 days ago, 6 days ago, something like that. As you can see, they've just blocked the way to walk into it. It's a enclosed space, so they can, put their backs against the wall and just put a desk in front of the door and just hold on to each other. I found it to be a great plan, in my opinion. Makes the terrain difficult for your adversary, in this case the police, and yeah, then a big group hug. And when the barricades don't work, just push back. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. This guy gets so upset. He's so mad. Meanwhile, he's getting hit with a water bottle. Maybe the least dangerous thing in the room. Dude starts trying to elbow everybody like he's on WWE. What a piece of shit. Get water bottled, son. It's the greatest weapon of all time. It sounds amazing. Every time you hit something with it, it's just bong. Now, if you're familiar with the movie 300, I would say this is similar tactics to the battle there. What was that, Thermopylae? No. I can't remember which battle that was specifically. But you see, they've defended a very difficult situation here. It forces the police to go single file into the room, essentially. And it's just brilliant strategic thinking. Unfortunately, though, that was 5 days ago. This is from 6 hours ago, where police have come in serious force and cleared out a great number of the protesters. This is from the AP from 6 hours ago. Was it Thermopylae? Okay, thank you.
Me? Yes.
Come this way. Come this way. We need you out of the way.
Okay.
Oh, we got a flex. Put her in flex. Put her in flex. Give me a flex. Give me a flex.
What's a flex?
Put your phone in your pocket. Put your phone in your pocket. Then put your...
So that was a reporter who was reporting on this. They just arrested, you just saw there, before they moved in with the Stormtrooper squad.
I got your back.
Wait, I'm pressed.
I'm pressed, yeah. Well, they don't give a fuck. Fuck your rights. Fuck free press. Fuck freedom. Wait, I thought that was your job to uphold freedom. No, it's to take it away. Seriously though, I'll never see a large water bottle the same way ever again. You know, go into a doctor's office and you see that water bottle sitting there in the corner. I'm never gonna be able to see it the same way ever again. It's now a symbol of freedom. Okay, I'm sorry. I just still got that image in my head, and the sound. I can hear the sound in my head, just the echoing of that of that giant water bottle. Oh God. There was a lot more than 300. I know it's a lot of it's, you know, what do you call it? Dramatization or whatever you whatever you will. But it was the example, the relevant historical example that came to mind in terms of tactics. Okay, this is from Democracy Now! 12 hours ago, where they interviewed Israeli Holocaust scholar Omer Bartov on campus protests, weaponized anti-Semitism, and the silencing of dissent.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman.
It
As we
certainly is.
continue to look at the crackdown on student-led Gaza solidarity encampments across U.S. campuses, we look now at how the Biden administration and several members of Congress have echoed intensifying accusations that the peaceful student-led pro-Palestinian protests are anti-Semitic. We're joined now by Omer Bartov. He's professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown University. His recent piece is headlined Weaponizing Language, Misuses of Holocaust Memory and the Never Again Syndrome. The professor recently visited the Student Gaza Solidarity Encampment at the University of Pennsylvania, sharing on social media a photograph with the Israeli historian Raz Segal and a message that said, quote, with Raz Segal at the UPenn encampment on April 26th, warm and open conversation about the perils of anti-Semitism.
You making fun of me for using doctor office as a reference? It was just the first one I could think of. If I'm being honest, it's been like over a year and some change, I would say, since I've seen. God damn, has it been longer? When's the last time I was in a doctor's office? It's been a while. Let's just say I'm not necessarily in the doctor's office frequently.
And its current weaponization, unquote.
And in fact, I think I got kicked off of Medicaid when they did that whole thing after supposedly the pandemic was quote unquote over. They started kicking people off. I think I was one of the people that got kicked off. Or whatever. It's not Medicaid. Is it Medicaid? Whatever the one is that people who aren't retired get. I always forget the name.
Omer Bartov is also author of numerous books, including Genocide, the Holocaust, and Israel-Palestine, First-Person History in Times of Crisis. He's an Israeli-American scholar who's been described by the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum as one of the world's leading specialists on the subject of genocide. He's joining us now from his home in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
You thought space had universal health care? I wish. No, space is run by Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, who don't even give Earth health care, let alone space health care. There's a lot more radiation up here than there is on Earth, so it's necessary.
Professor Bartov, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you can talk about what's happening on these college campuses, what your visit to the UPenn encampment was like, as your own university, Brown University, students have set up an encampment, and their chant is from Columbia to Brown, we will not let Gaza down. And talk about what authorities are charging are the charges of anti-Semitism, although so many of those involved in these encampments are Jewish, with groups like Jewish Voice for Peace.
Good morning, Amy. Thank you for having me again. Well, look, I mean, my visit to UPenn, I was there with Raz Segal. We first actually gave a talk, both of us, about anti-Semitism and its current weaponization. And then we visited the encampment. It was a beautiful afternoon. There were very nice, good students there. We sat and chatted with them. We talked about anti-Semitism and about its current use. There was absolutely no sign of any violence, of any anti-Semitism at all. There were Jewish students there. There were Arab students there. There were all kinds of young people there, and the atmosphere was very good. The next day, I heard that the authorities of UPenn had decided to shut down the encampment. A couple of days earlier, I was passing by the green at Brown University, and again, there was an encampment there. Students were sitting there quietly, singing, playing the guitar. It was all very peaceful.
Exactly.
And that
everything that we've seen, generally, that doesn't involve the cops coming in and trying to break people down, trying to take away their civil rights, it's been completely peaceful, right? People are hanging out like it's a, honestly, it's been somewhat inspiring and beautiful to see so many people together. It feels like, it's been so long since I've seen that, and and seeing people like genuinely working together for a just cause, hanging out and discussing things that are important, and also, just expressing themselves, like with music and art, which we've seen among these protests, and yet somehow that's a threat to society. And it's fucked. I got kind of lost in that because I was I was responding to this whole situation about healthcare, which has turned into a massive discussion apparently. But yeah, I just kind of zoned in because I'd lost my place on what was happening in this discussion. But yeah, let's listen to some more of this. Just move it to a slightly different spot. Go, Eb, go.
But it has also become a tool to silence speech about Israel. And that too has quite a history. And the current Israeli government, or rather the numerous governments under Benjamin Netanyahu, have been pushing this agenda of arguing that any criticism of Israeli policies, not least of Israeli occupation policies, this precedes, of course, events in Gaza, is anti-Semitic. And I've been listening to some of the interviews with Jewish students who feel threatened, and often it appears to me, and of course we don't have good research on that at the moment, but it appears to me that many of them feel threatened because they see a Palestinian flag, because they hear people calling for intifada. Intifada means shaking off. There's a very similar word in Hebrew for it, leitnael. It's what a dog does when it shakes off water. It's to shake off the occupation. And there are Jewish students, often who are influenced by the Israeli friends, who feel that that is threatening. But there's nothing threatening about opposing occupation and oppression. That is not anti-Semitism. You can agree with it or not. Even being anti-Zionist is not anti-Semitic. There are hundreds of thousands, if not more, of ultra-Orthodox Jews, including some who are in the Israeli government, who are anti-Zionist. But they're not anti-Semitic. They see themselves as the epitome of Jewishness and Jewish tradition. So there's politics and there's prejudice. And if we don't make a distinction between the two, then what we are actually doing is enforcing a kind of silence over the policies that have been conducted by the Israeli government for a long time, and that ultimately culminated now in the utter destruction of Gaza.
Wow. So I'm trying to stay focused on what they're saying here on Democracy Now! However, I gotta point out that my focus currently is being affected by the amount of butthole talk in chat right now, and it's I would say it's detracting from my ability to focus, but that's just my the surface assessment of the of the situation. Okay, hold on. Let's just move us along just a little bit further. Actually, fuck it.
We were showing images of the Brown protest where you're a professor. And some of the signs read, Brown divest now. Another said, no others like Hisham. Of course, referring to the Brown University student Hisham Ortani, the Palestinian-American student who is visiting his grandmother in Burlington, Vermont with his two best friends, also Palestinian-American, and they were shot by a white man from his porch. Hisham was the most wounded. He is paralyzed. And then you have at Columbia, the students who were skunked, that kind of chemical that is used where it's, I think it sent 8 Columbia students. They were pro-Palestinian activists protesting to the hospital. and it turned out that at least one of the people who skunked them was a former IDF Israeli military soldier who had...
Just disgusting. You know, just literally bringing that shit here and using it on anti-Israel protesters here. It is... Both of those stories are fucking nuts, but I don't know why I mean, they're... Honest... Yeah.
was studying at Columbia University.
Makes me so fucking mad.
Look, first of all, about Hisham, I mean, this is just a terrible tragedy. He and his two friends. This sort of combines both the politics and the rhetoric of hate that you find these days in Israel, and of course American discourse, which have unfortunately converged, and that's just horribly tragic. This case of skunking, you know, over the last few months, there have been many demonstrations in Israel against this government's policy, and the government has taken to using water cannon, often in a really brutal manner, that is firing it directly at people's faces, which is legally not allowed, and using this kind of stinking water skunk in central streets in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem, again, to shut down any debate in Israel. And it's very sad to see that being also imported to American streets.
Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, I will be right back, chat. I just need to use the bathroom real quick. Here, I'll give you this while you wait. Okay, I'm back. What's next? Okay, perfect. So I stopped it where I thought I wanted to stop it. We are now going to move on to the news about Gaza, not just the protests. So looks like we're generally going to do this in chronological order. This is from 19 hours ago, where the AP has put out photos of the United States military building a pier in Gaza to deliver aid. But let's see here. I'm not even on the right screen yet. Let me get my shit together. So life, take care of yourself. I'm not sure why, but oh right, I remember why now. Yes, you should take care of yourself, and you should not be so squeamish about this. Can you get that Pharrell beat? Oh, Pharrell beat? I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm trying to think. Oh, I think I think we just listened to it, but instead of slowing it down, I sped it up. So it probably wasn't even recognizable. I could be wrong. But I think that's what it is. I'm just fucking with your brain over there. Okay, yes. The pier being built by boots on the ground in Gaza. The solution to not using the actual solution. Now, I was told a while ago there would be no boots on the ground. Now, I know the AP has picked photos where you can't see boots on the ground, but I can't imagine that no boots hit the ground at any point during this mission. And they're just conveniently
I don't want reality.
just you know, trying to keep us from seeing that. But the fact is, we have boots on the ground in Gaza. We should help get aid in now. Don't you think? But does that make sense to anybody else? Or is it just me? Am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
$38 million to build that thing? Looks like a bunch of shipping containers stuck to each other. That's $38 million. It wasn't actually Pharrell. We weren't actually listening to Pharrell at any point during this stream. It's a fact. Or probably a fact. Unless it was played on a video that we were watching. But I can't think of anybody that we're watching who would be playing Pharrell at any time. Okay, continuing this discussion of aid. Let's look at this. You see nothing? What does that mean? Like literally, or are you being facetious? Okay, this is from the AP from 18 hours ago, where volunteers distributed food and water in a camp for displaced Palestinians in Gaza. I'm not sure which one it was. I think you might say it in the video. Musawi. No, the pier is really dumb. I hate that idea. What? We all know it's a circuitous way of not forcing Israel to allow aid in by land. It's a way of saying we're doing something that's not as effective as the thing that we should be doing. But we're doing something. Jesus Christ. Just a pile of pots. And a freaking massive line of children. Basically everyone down there is a child. There's like 3 adults down there and 100 children. Oh, you know, I don't know why I'm switching. Why did I just switch? Pause. Okay, this is the one where you can see there's like, I think like 1 or 2 water tanks. It's just 1 in this one. But I think is there another one? No, maybe it's just the same one. That is not a lot of water. That's like 4 bathtubs worth of water. Maybe. Total. And like I'm stretching, like I'm looking around. I don't see any other ones. That's it. That is it. It's just so depressing. There's what is it? What is the population of Gaza again? 1.5 million. Okay. Let's look at more footage of aid that is somehow, you know, depressing. It shouldn't be depressing to see people getting aid, but it's just, you know, it's not enough. But this is from 5 hours ago from the Associated Press. This is footage of aid that was airdropped into northern Gaza. Is YouTube glitching? That's not good. Now, you know, am I glad to see more aid coming to Palestinians? Yes. But once again, this is another inefficient way to give them aid. Do I support it? Yes. Has it killed Palestinians? Yes. Is that bad? Obviously. And that's kind of the point, right? You know, and it's much more efficient, first off, to transport just on land. It just makes more sense. And I don't know why we're insisting, as in we, like the world, insisting on doing, well, it's not really an insisting, it's kind of, it's more of a complex answer when you involve the whole world. But yeah. Is this new aid? Yeah, it's new aid in the sense that it's more aid in the same way it's been coming. Oh, look. Oh, that's good. Did you see that? Fuck me. Fuck me. That's bad. For a second I didn't even realize what I was looking at. But pay attention to your screen. You can see that the parachutes on what appears to be 3 of these containers failed mid-flight, causing them to come plummeting down to Earth at whatever, like 9.8 meters per second squared, right? That's the acceleration of gravity, although there is some amount of friction caused by the collapsed parachute, I suppose. Why are we doing physics right now? See that? That's fast. That's coming down fast. That's gonna kill somebody. Okay. So yeah, more aid, still not enough, and still coming in the wrong ways. Let's now turn to this, just to break this up a little bit with something. This is from a day ago. Reporting Gaza. The challenge of being a journalist and a resident. This is from BBC News, where they discussed with a reporter who lives in Gaza. This one's tragic as fuck. Come and blow the candle with Razun. Come. 1, 2, 3. I cried because it's a happy video. We are waiting for exam results of my twin girls. It was a really happy atmosphere. My brother brought some sweets. But I also saw in the video our house and the car. It's gone. All gone. Ever since I started in journalism, I've been covering conflicts. I covered all the wars that have happened in Gaza. This was something different. It was strange. As soon as we understood that there had been a breach into Israel by members of Hamas, we knew there was going to be a response. And that response would be unprecedented. I'm part of the story. Where's my family? What are they up to? How should I cover this war journalistically? You're working for a big news organization, and the dilemma is to maintain the editorial standards.
The Qatari news network Al Jazeera said the family of its correspondent was killed in a strike on a refugee camp in the Strip.
What happened a while affected me. Seeing journalists targeted it, I started asking, am I a target? His family were bombed in the same neighborhood my family were in, Nusrat. I'm talking on air. Our families keep asking us to keep them safe. We can't do that, and we can't even keep ourselves safe. My daughter told me earlier that there isn't any bread at home. She asked me if I could get any bread, but two of the bakeries. Adnan, I'm sorry, I didn't want to stir up these emotions. It was a challenge to be a professional, a journalist, or to be a human. It was difficult. No kidding. It's the first time in my life that I've seen a scene like this. A large mass grave being dug. We received news that the army won. Hold on. Oh god, shit is fucked. I think we get it though. I think that's enough. It's kind of harsh on my voice to be continuously reading subtitles all the time. I get through it, but you know. An entire, 6-minute video of all subtitles, it's a little difficult. I also have to fuck with the levels all the time when they switch between. The ones I hate the most are when I have to switch back and forth mid-video between different volumes because they switch between English and a different language. And then suddenly I want the volume. It's very annoying. Especially this late in the stream when the software starts giving me, some of those problems it loves giving me. Okay, let's move on to this one. This one's frustrating as fuck too. This is... I literally don't even know where to start with this, because it's genuinely so upsetting to hear this. Like we've been talking about this for weeks, and it seems like months now, because the Palestinians have all been in Rafah for months to some degree, not entirely, but the majority of Palestinians essentially went to Rafah because that's where Israel told them to go. Some have moved back to the north, some never left. But I think we all know just how many. Literally, I think 1 million people went to Rafah, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, this is from 9 hours ago, from CBS News, where according to them, Netanyahu has vowed to invade Rafah regardless of ceasefire deal outcome. It's fucking insane.
But now to the war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to invade Rafah with or without a ceasefire deal. Hamas officials left Cairo following a round of peace talks. Israel's latest proposal includes a
Now, I'd point out, I feel like it's almost unnecessary to point this out, but an invasion is the opposite of a ceasefire.
I don't want reality.
fire along with a hostage release and a prisoner exchange. CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Pata is with us from East Jerusalem. Deborah, it's so great to see you. So Israeli officials say they will give Hamas until Wednesday night to respond to their latest proposal.
You know what? You're so close. You're so close. And we've gone so far without her. And I feel like you deserve her for the end of the stream. For those of you that are still here, who have, you know, belabored on here with us together. So just gonna give you Jessica Fletcher for free. Just cause. Hey, switch so I can fix this. Come on. Oh my god. How dare you? It's unacceptable. Come on. The Streamlabs OBS. You and me. Come on, baby. Together, we're gonna do this. Do not be an asshole. Okay, there we go. Are you hating on Jessica Fletcher? Who's hating? Is that Pitchforks hating on Jessica? Why?
How's the growing pressure, both in Israel and internationally, impacting how Netanyahu is navigating the war?
Well, Lilia, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is a man under extreme pressure. He is getting it from all sides. Very vocal protests abroad, even louder and angrier protests here at home. And the heat really is being turned up. There are daily demonstrations. Israelis demanding he bring the hostages home, whatever the cost. But the hardline right-wing faction of Israeli coalition is saying that if Netanyahu does not invade Rafah and negotiates that deal with Hamas, his job will be on the line. One of those is Finance Minister Bezalel.
Yeah, I think we all kind of understand that Benjamin Netanyahu is just continuing this war at this point to, like, he knows he's won, right? He knows he's won. He knows it's a definite genocide, and at this point, he's just trying to avoid losing power, because if he does that, then he's even at more risk of being arrested by the ICC, or having something else happen to him, right? Granted, he just loves power, so I know it's multiple things happening.
Smotrich, who said today, get into Rafah immediately, don't wave a white flag, don't let Sinwar humiliate us again, referring to the leader of Hamas in Gaza. Now, Netanyahu came to power by joining forces with this faction. If they pull out, his government collapses. We know there's a deal on the table. According to mediators, it's currently being led by the Egyptians, but reports suggest that Israel may have softened its approach, at least on the number of hostages. But it's a very delicate balancing act, and also listening to Netanyahu will be Hamas, and telegraphing what he is saying, his threat to continue going into Rafah, and that could impact it.
It's so interesting.
Yeah, no kidding. This seems just a genuinely problematic sort of what do you call it? I'm trying to not just say words, but these are problematic words from a fucking leader currently in the middle of a goddamn genocide, being pressured by practically everyone to stop, who is supposed to be in the middle of a ceasefire negotiation, saying that a ceasefire negotiation won't stop him from attacking the most populous place in the place that this ceasefire deal is supposed to apply to. It's the opposite of peace talk. It's genocide talk. It's just so upsetting. Because there's been multiple times where I have been optimistic, hopeful even, about a potential ceasefire deal, you know? And yet every time that it happens, this sort of rhetoric comes out of Benjamin Netanyahu, or they just completely walk out of the ceasefire negotiations. And it's just sapping me of any positivity. So glad I have you people here to at least keep me together. I'm completely just going off into oblivion of sadness.
It's a great day for being sad.
This is from 7 hours ago now, from BBC. Israel, Gaza, this is an editorial, genocide, quote unquote. It's a StreamLord quote. UN chief calls Israel's airstrikes in Rafah an unbearable escalation. Go Web, go.
The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has just said that an Israeli offensive on Rafah would be an unbearable escalation. He was responding to Benjamin Netanyahu's comments that Israel will carry out an operation in Rafah regardless of whether a ceasefire deal is reached with Hamas. The Israeli Prime Minister was speaking at a meeting with the families of hostages, where he reiterated that Israel would eliminate Hamas and achieve total victory. Take a listen.
We will enter Rafah because we have no other choice. We will destroy the Hamas battalions there. We will complete all the objectives of the war, including the repatriation of all our abductees.
Well, the Israeli Prime Minister there saying Israel would enter Rafah regardless of a deal, and despite its main ally, the US, repeatedly saying it doesn't support an all-out offensive there. Well, Rafah is a city in southern Gaza where more than 1 million Palestinians are sheltering after being ordered to evacuate there on the grounds that it was a safe zone. This is what it's like in Rafah now. Many residential buildings reduced to rubble. Large camps for displaced Palestinians like that one.
We're naming good guys in chat. Is this because there's some deal of skepticism around whether or not there are good guys out there in history? Okay, I'm just going to move us forward because this one's kind of long. We don't need to watch all of this.
airstrikes on the Rafah area. A military assault on Rafah would be an unbearable escalation, killing thousands more civilians and forcing hundreds of thousands to flee.
Well, a retired Israeli army colonel told us why she believes Israel's assault on Gaza will go ahead regardless of a ceasefire deal.
The only place that Hamas still has full military capability, like what they did on October 7th, is under Rafah. It's not in Rafah, it's under Rafah, in that subterranean arena. So I do think it would be postponed. I don't think it would ever be canceled.
So what does Mr. Netanyahu's latest pledge mean for the ceasefire deal currently on the table? Well, Israel says it will wait until Wednesday.
Fucking insane shit. Rafa, I mean, the fact is, I've been listening to so much media stuff. I think I heard, what's his name? Oh, God. He's the Undersecretary of Defense, I think, or Undersecretary of State? Patel? I can't think of his fucking name right now. I think I heard him earlier today, like, trying to come up with fancy things to describe Gaza, not Gaza, but to describe Rafah as anything other than a refugee camp. Like, he used a bunch of, like, fancy words. I can't remember exactly what he called it. But, like, he called it, like, a humanitarian encampment. I'm not even sure if he used the word humanitarian. But, like, you know, like, he intentionally circumvented using the phrase refugee camp in order to avoid, you know, labeling it exactly what it is, right? And the fact that, you know, it's currently being bombed by the IDF, by the IOF, by... You know, and being talked about by people such as Benjamin Netanyahu is needing to be invaded in full scale and essentially cleansed of Palestinians so they can do a thorough investigation for the rest of Hamas or whatever it is. And it's fucking crazy that the media refuses to just call it what it is. It's a goddamn refugee camp. The place used to have, I think, a population of like 400,000. Now it's 1.5 million. You know, it's not like they built a million new apartments and houses there. Everybody's living in fucking tents. Can't even imagine just how big the space is for a million tents. Some of the pictures I've seen are fucking insane. All the pictures I feel like we've seen are insane, honestly, most days. Ah, God. Mr. Rogers was in the military? Yeah. He was also technically a Republican. Just gonna point that one out. Although, he was the very old school, well, kind of Republican, I guess you would call it. Like a pre-Reagan Republican, I guess, right? I'm trying to think. When did he... What? Fuck it. We're not talking about this is not Mr. Rogers hour. Although I grew up with that goddamn show, so it's hard to talk shit about him, honestly. And the fact is I'll never forget that, like, has anybody here ever seen him in Congress testifying about, what was it, PBS or some shit? Was it PBS? I think it was. Like, I think it was about around, like, funding for PBS. I just found his speech to always be very inspiring. Sad to know that, you know. Let's fucking just moving on. Let's look at some people that are probably good guys. This is from 14 hours ago. From Zeteo, Bassem Youssef, and Mehdi Hassan on Gaza. If you're going to kill me, I'm allowed to scream. It's a fucked up quote. Wait. Okay, and I have not watched all of this. I watched like 5 minutes of it. Did not get a chance to watch it all. I figured it would be more fun to just watch it with you people. It's not as high stakes as a lot of the rest of the stuff we watch here, so I figured it'd be fun. Why not? I can have fun too, right, Chad?
My mother is more worried about me, less about me not being a doctor, more about, will Trump come after you? Is people threatening you? Tomorrow I told my mom I'm becoming an accountant. She would be delighted.
I think I know where it comes from, because they look at professions like lawyers, accountants, and doctors as useful professions.
I think you're right, 100%. But I think what's changed in recent years is that attitude is changing amongst brown folks.
Yeah.
I think they recognize the value of what you're doing and what I'm doing. I think when something like Gaza happens, October the 7th happens, obviously go back 20 years, 9/11. I think people belatedly in our community realize we didn't have anyone on screen. We didn't have anyone in the arts. We didn't have anyone in Hollywood. We didn't have anyone on the nightly news.
No, I think it changed because they see you making money.
I like that image.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And I'm Bassem Youssef.
And We're Not Kidding, which is a brand new, very special podcast from Zeteo, in which I get to sit down with hilarious people around the world, talk about serious stuff with funny people.
So we're
Mehdi Hassan is not fucking around with this new channel ever since he left MSNBC. He's been going 200 miles an hour in this one direction, and I love it.
Are you kidding?
I mean, we'll talk about some funny stuff too, Bassem, I promise.
As a mildly obsessive sort of person, I don't know if you've noticed. I respect it.
Maybe. I'm already confused.
No, it's not confusing. It's called We're Not Kidding. It's serious stuff. We're going to talk about Gaza today. We're going to talk about the media's coverage of Gaza. We're going to talk about whether Bassem and I should have been doctors or not.
So we're kidding or not? You lost me.
Well, let's find out.
First of all, you're confusing me because I didn't recognize you without the tie and the suit.
Because I'm wearing a hoodie.
Are you trying to be on TikTok?
Bassem,
what is this?
I'm on TikTok. Everyone can check me on TikTok. Listen,
how many
this
followers?
This is why I had to leave 500,000 followers behind with MSNBC. They wouldn't let me take the TikTok account. Very painful. It cried myself to sleep.
Oh my God, MSNBC took your TikTok
They
followers?
took my TikTok
that
followers.
That is even worse than firing you.
They did not fire me. They canceled my shows and I quit.
They took his TikToks.
So they didn't.
That is. Oh my God, is that the Space Police? Hold on. Okay. All right. Taken care of.
Wait.
Oh, we're already into
semantics.
This. We're already into this.
Semantics.
All right.
So they
no,
didn't.
It's not semantics.
Say this. So they didn't fire you, but they cancelled you.
No. It's important.
We don't kill civilians, but they are.
Let's be
collateral
very
damage.
clear before we get going. They cancel my shows.
Okay.
And they said, stay. We'll pay you your salary. You can be a guest anchor. You can be an on-air analyst. And I said, no, I'd rather go do my own thing and say my own piece.
Wait, so they would.
So I
still,
could have stayed.
They would still pay you.
Still pay me. I'd have a great
but they
life.
will mute you basically.
They will give me less time on air. And you know me, Bassem, I have a big mouth.
But the same pay.
Same pay. And I said no because you know me, I've got stuff to say.
I would have taken the deal.
And my mother told me to take the deal.
Yes, that's money.
I respect that even more, right? Like, he had an option to stay there. He just was going to have to stop being so difficult for MSNBC and their narrative. And he said, fuck that. I'm going to start my own media company. Take my TikTok followers, see if I care. Even his own mother told him not to.
I'm with the kids.
Yes!
Pay
your mortgage!
But here I am with
Okay.
you. Because I left, I get to sit here with you and I get to do this podcast and wear a hoodie. And the reason I wanted to do this podcast, Bassem, is because people think I'm serious. I'm always in a suit and tie. I'm always grilling people like Mark Regev.
And you're already wearing a hoodie. It's
and
like, hey, I'm the cool version of Mehdi
Yes,
Hassan.
this is the suit. This is the suit and tie-less Mehdi Hassan. Because I'll tell you what,
Yes.
I wrote a book called Win Every Argument. You may have seen it. And in that book, I point out that I have what's called RAMF. Resting angry Muslim face.
Oh, you do?
I do. Anytime I'm serious, it just looks like I'm angry.
Yeah.
When I moved to DC about 10 years ago, I made new friends and met new people, and they all said, wow, you're actually not angry in real life. You're not intimidating. You're actually, you have a life. You have a personality. You have a sense of humor. So I thought, why not do a podcast where people get to see me not grilling people?
And now you only have a resting bitch face.
Thanks, Bass. Thank you very much as we set the tone for this very new podcast. We're not kidding, or maybe we are kidding. Maybe Bassem's not kidding. I'm just going to remind everyone at home, people think I'm really angry, so that's why I wanted to do this podcast, to have some fun, find the funniest person I know to do a show with. Rami Youssef wasn't free, Bassem, so thank you very much for stepping in. I'm kidding. I love you, Bassem. You know I love you.
Well, actually, like it hurt because it's true.
It's fun.
because Rami is much funnier than me.
I've actually come to see your stand-up, as you know, and you are hilarious. If you haven't been to Bassem's show, he's on a global tour right now. Please do check it out. We've not known each other that long. Yeah. I saw you. I mean, I've known of you for a long time, but I didn't know you, as in personally, until the night of Piers Morgan, when you broke the internet.
Well, I have a confession. I've known of you, and I have refused to be on your show and be interviewed by you before because I was very intimidated by you. I did.
There you go.
I did.
Everyone's
I was
bloody
like after
intimidated by me.
yeah, I know. That's why you need that podcast to
That's why I need the podcast. I need
to improve your image.
I need the cream hoodie
because you're an angry Muslim man, and I'm scared of you. you need more.
No,
yeah.
I was
more hoodies.
Let the mutual flattery
Less
continue.
ties.
Let the mutual flattery continue. I was very honored to find out, mutual friend of ours, Ayman Mohyuddin, my former colleague at MSNBC, the night.
I'll be honest, it has been great to see a different side of Mehdi after leaving MSNBC, because I felt like he was always buttoned up over there. He's right. He was always wearing a suit and tie. Very, very, very professional. Never really got to see this side of him.
Of Piers Morgan, you break the internet, and I said, I've been watching you. I need to this guy. This guy is just.
Not that he never leaned into comedy in certain moments and stuff like that. Certainly not saying that, but I think we all kind of know that this new Hassan, no, I'm sorry, Mehdi. This new Mehdi is it's pretty great.
It out of the park, and I said, Ayman, do you know Bassem? And he said yes, and he connected us, and I think he sent you my number, and you rang me that night, and we chatted about.
I remember
that
what
interview.
I told you. I told you I need support. I need help.
And turns out you didn't, because since that night, you've taken over the world. You've gone on, I think, 766 interviews since then? Something like that? You seem to be everywhere.
But here's the thing. A lot of people talk about that first Piers interview. But afterwards, I couldn't continue doing the same style, because dark humor and satire can just goes for a little bit. Because after that, you need to be armed with knowledge.
Yes.
And I didn't have that. Before that, I had the same average knowledge of an average Arab person about what's happening in Palestine. And that I cannot stand in a regular interview with people with knowledge. So I had to educate myself. And a huge part of my education was actually watching your interviews and your debates, because I didn't know much about the conflict. I have to say, because yes, we know that there's injustice, there's the land stolen, but the stuff that the pro-Israeli side throws at you, if you're not prepared and you're not knowledgeable, you can easily fall into it. You can fall flat in your face in a debate because you don't know the information.
So it's interesting you say that, because I've spent my life reading about this stuff. I've been passionate about this subject for a long time, and it's something that's interested me, and then professionally something I've covered as a journalist. You're saying you had to kind of educate yourself.
Yeah.
Give us a sense of how you did that, because I'm fascinated. Because on Piers Morgan, that first interview, you use your dark humor,
and the logic,
and logic, and and satiric. Yeah, you said, what about the West Bank?
What about the West Bank?
That was the great mic drop for Piers. But then he does another interview with you in LA, and it's a very long interview, and you are well prepared. And I watched that with my wife, thinking, wow, this guy knows his stuff, because you're quoting things a lot of people don't know. And since then, you've been doing that a lot. I watched you with Chris Cuomo, Bassem, and you said, he talked about river to the sea, this phrase that's on placards on college campuses, which is now seen as an anti-Semitic phrase, a hate-filled phrase, a genocidal phrase. And you pointed out that river to the sea is in the Likud Party charter from, I think, 1977.
And I recited it for him.
You recited it for him?
Yeah.
I watched that. So how did you recite it for him?
So,
what did you do? You memorized the Likud Charter. Some people memorize the Quran.
No,
Bassem memorizes the Likud Party Charter.
I just
Mashallah.
I memorized the 5 lines that I need to know to appear as if I'm smart.
So now I'm going to drill down. When did you memorize it? Night before?
No.
Minutes before the interview?
No. So this goes, actually, there was a gap between the first Piers interview and there was exactly 2 weeks. And when I went into the first Piers interview, I didn't know what to do other than I needed to make an impact and a splash. So I went there with all of the sound bites and the stuff that would stay with people, like Israel is narcissistic psychopath, Israel is like Homelander, not Superman. And my goal is to make a huge splash in order to force him to sit with me one-on-one. But I didn't have a plan what to do on the one-on-one because
wow.
when there's something that people don't know. When Piers came to me in Los Angeles, he told me, I was surprised and I didn't know what to do. I didn't expect that. So he came to the second interview thinking that I would be doing the same style. But I surprised him again with like a kind of decent knowledge about the issue. And I'll tell you how I did that. After the first interview, I called all my friends, like, I don't know what I'm going to do in the second interview. I don't have knowledge. Maybe it's a couple of zingers, a couple of sound bites, but I don't know how to continue.
You did a 2-week crash course.
Yes, absolutely. So this is what happened. Friends and friends of friends of friends connected me with people. And then suddenly I worked with a team that comprised of about 12 people all around the world. In Washington, New York, Germany, inside the Knesset, in Israel. People have family in the West Bank, people have family in Gaza, people living in the West Bank. And I made like kind of like a network of historians and academics and people there, and even Knesset members. And I had people putting me on Zoom calls for hours, and I was just like writing, and I was just like asking about this. So I got and as you said, it was a crash course.
So I want to come back and talk more detail about Gaza and what you've been up to.
I find that to be pretty incredible that he decided to do all of that, you know, and managed to, you know, because he's not a Palestinian, right? He's an Egyptian, right? And, you know, just to completely familiarize himself with that different nation's history in a very short period of time when you're also, you know, pretty sure he's got like, what do you call it, like comedy gigs and things going on at the same time or whatever else. And I honestly don't know what I'm trying to think. Does he have like a podcast or something as well? I don't think so, but he might have like a TV show. I'm not entirely sure on that one. I gotta look that up. I just find it incredible that he decided to and managed to do all that.
But when you're describing this to me, I do want to take a step back. You are a doctor by training.
Yeah.
You practiced, I think, for over a decade as a cardiothoracic surgeon in Egypt.
Yes.
That takes a lot of skill, ability, and memory.
Memorization.
And I'm just trying to picture you studying on Gaza.
Yes.
Is that how you studied for a medical degree?
I had stick notes, and I had
So a young beardless Bassem in Cairo is under the lamp, under the studying away.
I am studying.
Is that how you've always been a nerd?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because I wasn't good with girls, so I had to.
So before you got the guns,
yes,
you were a nerd.
Yes.
I'm just wondering the order of events. Did the biceps come first, or did the brains and the?
Okay, you want to know something personal about me?
Okay, maybe. I'm not sure if I do, but go on.
When I went to middle school, I come from a middle-class family. My dad was a judge and my mom was a university professor. And they put me in a school that was still opening. It was this new wave of international schools in Egypt. At that time, that was one of the most expensive schools, 5,000 Egyptian pounds. That's like $1,300 a year. That was a huge thing in 1986. Yes.
I just looked it up. He appears to be on a show called Upload. I can't tell how serious of a role his character is, mostly because I'm completely unfamiliar with this show and I'm just researching it now. But apparently it's been going for 3 seasons. I don't know if it was, you know, I'm just saying, guy clearly has multiple gigs going on and managed to do all that. So
with the richest people in Cairo, in Egypt, and I didn't come from money, so I wasn't one of the cool kids. So all I did was playing sports and being a nerd. So I did all of the school teams, and I was a nerd. So,
who? Bassem Youssef, the guy who's talking to Mehdi right now. He's a comedian, right? So he's been on a number of different shows. I was trying to figure out. I was looking through it, and it appears that's the only show that's currently still in production. I guess you would call it. Like it's still like it's not. I don't think you would use the term syndicated here. But yeah, it's called Upload. Appears to be like a sci-fi show.
All of my life, I was just, I think I went even to medical school because...
Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Not what I meant to do. Yeah, here. Upload. Sci-fi, 3 seasons. It's on, looks like Amazon Prime.
In my mind, I didn't want to have that much of a free time because I didn't know what to do with the free time because I didn't have the luxury to go out. So
Ever since his Piers interview, his appearances have dried up, or like his offers have dried up. Oh wow, that's fucked. That is fucked up.
I said, like, all right. So when people say, like, go out, it's like, I'm busy, I'm studying. So this is how I got into medicine. And actually, I used that in studying in a crash course for 2 weeks for the second interview because, you know, everything that we say would be, every slip up.
Yes.
It's going to be magnified.
Piers Morgan, if he watches this, will be so happy that you treated him like medical school. Basically.
I did. You know, actually, I texted him. I texted him after the second interview. I told him, thank you, Piers, for making me push myself to be on the level where I can actually be in that room with you. I actually, I have to be, I'm actually very appreciative.
Thank you, Piers. Hilarious. Not gonna watch this whole thing, but I figured he would just watch a little bit more. We're almost at 4 hours.
So it's just like because Americans will maybe react for a dog's pain more than Palestinians, which is very brilliant, but very, very painful.
He's painful and he's a comedic genius. Okay, so people expect Rami to do that. People expect you to take on Piers Morgan. People hear me on MSNBC when I was on there, or Ayman Mohyeldin, and we say, okay, look, the brown Muslim folks are speaking up. What about when the white liberals do speak up? And I'm thinking of old friend of yours, Jon Stewart, on The Daily Show, back on The Daily Show, doing a lot of coverage of this conflict. John Oliver did a brilliant monologue right at the start. I think he was one of the first to kind of break the dam post-October 7th. How do you interpret what they are doing?
So John Oliver did a good piece, but even in that piece, and I understand it was 4 months ago, it has to be said about like, oh, but Hamas didn't accept any kind of peace and they went on killing. And so, okay, we have to accept that. Jon Stewart, since 2009, and when he did these pieces about Israel, he was always been someone who would go outside of the path that is drawn for everybody else. But maybe the last piece that he did about Gaza, I mean, it left me wanting. I mean, I appreciate him going, but and he started the piece very strong about talking about like us Americans giving the arms of Israel and how like we should stop that. But then the rest of it started to dilute the guilt to involve everybody. And then it started about like the Arab nations and started about the UN being dysfunctional, about the Security Council, and we all know that all of these don't matter. It's really
right
about,
now, none of them matter. I mean, I agree they all have blame to take.
Yes, of course.
But right now, they're not the ones killing 32,000 people.
But you don't. But like you don't. You, like it's really about America and Israel, nothing else. The UN is by design is made dysfunctional. When you tell me about like Russia and China in the Security Council, it's laughable. About like, oh, the Arab wars are not support. It's like, you know that all of these people are in the back pockets of the United States, and it's really up to Israel, to America, to tell Israel to stop. And it's what really pains me is that just a few days ago, only Biden, all what he did is just like called Netanyahu. Yeah. And everybody's like, Biden has betrayed the Jewish people. It's like, what? It's like, what did you tell us? Like, I just told them to keep doing what they're doing.
No, I wrote a piece for the guy.
It's just fake outrage. Okay, well, it's a 45-minute interview, and I would say to everybody here to go check it out. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Zateo so you can get all that latest Medi content. But not gonna watch the whole thing here today. Well, Chad, we made it through together. Once again. It was a pleasure having all of you folks here with me. But that's it for me tonight. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget these folks. These are your galactic patrons. These people have helped produce this show. Without them, well, the show would just cease to exist. Gabby, of course. Goth Dogs. Aaron W. Robot Cat. Pitchforks Dragon. The Anti-Corporatist. Vincent Morales. And Donald James X. All of these individuals, for just a few dollars a month, have helped in making all of this happen.